Would you mind letting me just lead off in a brief intro?
Sure.
So, welcome. This is BOCC work session. It's a joint work session with our Open Space and Trails. It's June 19th, 2012. We have the full board of the Open Space, or almost the full board. Ty Jacober has not showed up. And we have the full board of the Pickens County Commissioners. And Dale, are you going to do the presentation along with Gary on Sky Mountain Park Management Plan?
I'd like to introduce this and then turn this over to Gary.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, welcome everybody. We started doing these joint meetings on a quarterly basis back in about 1998, and I find them extremely helpful because the open space program has grown very complicated, has a lot of transactions, a lot of property management, and simply keeping up with it all is a challenge at the staff level. Keeping our open space board that focuses exclusively on this subject is a challenge, and keeping the county commissioners up to speed on all of it is a challenge. So these quarterly meetings allow us all to get together and compare notes on a variety of things. The specific that we want to present first is something that's really the fruit of a lot of effort by a lot of people to preserve a park that sits right in the middle of Snowmass, Aspen, at the upper end of the primary valley in Pitkin County, and is a place that I think everyone here is proud of protecting. And our challenge now is to find a way to continue to protect this place and to allow our citizens to enjoy it to the greatest extent we can. And Gary will take you through some of the particulars, but before he gets started, I want to note that we have the mayor of Snowmass Village here, and I really appreciate that, as well as the town manager and another trustee. In my now 13 years with the open space program, I have never seen the degree of collaboration around either an acquisition or a management plan that we have had on this project. We had a great discussion in Snowmass last night, ended up with a unanimous council decision to essentially support this plan. We'll take you through the nuances of how that will work, but I greatly appreciate the participation of the Snowmass staff, the town manager in particular, and the council on this. So with that, I think Gary wants to walk you through this. I guess on a procedural note, I would just also clarify that some years ago, the county commissioners, in adopting what's called Title 12 of the county code, had essentially delegated to the Open Space Board the responsibility to adopt management plans for individual open space properties. That being the case with this property, or with this collection of properties, we felt that it was of such great importance to our community that we are bringing it to you for sign-off on the work of the Open Space Board. So technically, we're looking for a nod of approval of the recommendation from the Open Space Board on this. So maybe we'll come back to that procedural matter at the end of our discussion, and we'll go through some of the particulars.
Great. Well, thanks. I put this little collection of photos together, and it was extremely hard to come up with 5 photos for this property, because every time you go out there and every time you see something different, and it really, Sky Mountain Park, I have been really good about not calling it Drosty anymore. It's difficult, but as I go up there and more, Sky part of it has really come to really mean what this park is all about, because once you're up on that ridge and you see that area, you are up in the sky, and it's really just spectacular. So what we have done overall with this management plan is, back last year, after you guys all approved the purchase and the purchase was complete, the Open Space and Trails Board put a wildlife closure on it pretty much immediately, and then we set about doing a interim management plan. And in the interim management plan, we put one of the first trails into the property, and we got use of the radar road. And so in the interim plan, we were able to get access to this by the first summer, which really provided a lot of people, it got a lot of interest, it got a lot of excitement, and it also helped us when we were going to draft the long-term management plan, because people actually could go up there, see it, have ideas for not only new trails but also for wildlife protection. You could show them what we're trying to protect. It was a really great tool. And then we embarked on a wildlife and vegetation and historical survey of the property. That went on through the whole summer. We got that report in September, and by October, we were starting on a long-term management plan. And from October till today, we have held 14 public meetings, including last night's meeting, with user groups, the public at large, elected officials, and we've also put online, we have a huge, about 55-person email list that we send out to. We've worked with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We've worked with our consultants, specific user groups like the Roaring Fork Horse Council and the Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association. We've worked with RFOV, Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. And through this process, we have also created a grassroots television show to get on grassroots, especially at Christmas time, to show people the property and kind of explain what we're looking at and what we're trying to accomplish over the long term for this management plan. And so today, we are here. You guys all have the management plan in front of you guys. We're here through all of that with some really exciting recommendations. And I wanted to start with the wildlife habitat improvements, and because it's one of those things with this property, especially I know how long of a history we've had with the Drosties and protecting this for wildlife, that we have worked extremely hard to find what is so special of this property and how to protect it, preserve it, and enhance it. And so one of the big things, not surprisingly, is that this property is a critical migration corridor. And because it's a critical migration corridor, it's got some very critical habitat on it. It's the mountain shrub habitat, specifically the gamble oak, the serviceberry on this property. And what we're proposing to do, especially as you can see in the middle here, this is the main Drosty property. What we're planning on doing is some mountain shrubland disturbance projects to replicate fire. Obviously, with the airport right here and major subdivisions in a town right here, trying to institute prescribed burning would be almost impossible. And, there's definitely a risk to it. And so it would be easier to provide disturbance regimes via mechanical removal. And so everything in the orange here is what's slated over the next approximately 10 years to have some disturbance regime on it. And what we mean by that is really just bringing in a masticator or chainsaw crews to set back the mountain shrub, to set back the time on it. Because what we found through the vegetation survey is that all of our mountain shrub habitat up there is out of its historical range of variability, and that means it's getting very old, mature, and decadent. And mountain shrub communities are usually burned every, they usually have a fire go through it every 12 to 50 years. This is well over 50 years since any type of disturbance has come through it. It's all single-aged, it's all old, and mature. Some of it's in still pretty good condition, but since we have so much of it through the whole property, if we could get about 300 acres of it to reset and go back to zero age, we provide that age diversity and structural diversity that benefits not only elk, it will benefit elk, but it also benefits other species that are out there. And so in our overall study of there, we found approximately about 300 acres here. You know, some of them are going to be visible, but we're trying to do most of these areas, you know, kind of in areas that are heavily used by elk for the migration period and for winter range. And so, you know, we're going to do a public education campaign to teach people why we're doing this. We're going to do a relatively small, but it's about 30-acre treatment we're proposing to do this year, and that would be mostly on some stuff in the middle, and to see how it goes and to see, you know, public perception of this. And we did put into our budget estimate for this year, we did put some money in to implement some of these things. I think it'll be a good demonstration and also provide the next phase of what we'd love to do is work with the Division of Wildlife to get some major grant funding to do the rest of the restoration stuff. So some of the awesome things that we also found on this property up here is there's a fen. And we've talked about this before. The fen is just like the Ziegler Reservoir where they found the mammoths. And that's a pretty unique ecological habitat up there. And we're going to propose with, you know, this is Upper North Mesa right here. This is Town of Snowmass Village land, but we're going to work really well with the town on finding ways to restore that fen and work on that fen. So, you know, these are kind of the improvement projects that we have on slate here. We can go through.
Make the note that our budgets are only projected, not...
Well, I was going to go through that. You'll see that in a little bit. So,
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
sure.
Just briefly, Gary, given the kind of extreme drought conditions this year, is this the best year to start on trying to get new vegetation to grow? And when would it be timed? Is it going to be in the fall before things go dormant, or just kind of general question
Sure.
given the climate?
That's a good one. Well, this year, you know, it wouldn't be a good year to use fire.
That's got
So,
to hear.
but for a mechanical removal, you know, we would do it towards the fall.
Okay.
And usually, I mean, you never know with the year, but usually towards the fall, we'll start getting some moisture back in, and then that would help the regeneration of the oak. And so oak is a pretty good resprouter. They're used to dealing with, you know, some drier conditions, not as dry as this year. But I feel pretty confident that if we do it towards the fall, that we would get those, you know, kind of the fall rains and snows to provide
Bring it
that
back.
regeneration.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yes.
And just to follow up on that, I think the one thing reading through the management plan and the packet that we had is really getting a better understanding of the timeline. I mean, you talk about a 10-year disturbance regime. You know, what does that mean? How much is happening now? How much is happening later? And specifically, as we get into the budget aspect of this, how the budget lays out over a 10-year period of time, because it's really unclear in this plan, in my opinion, in its current state, how that lays out over a long period of time and what is going to be done this year, what's being done next year, and what's being done over a 10-year period of time, and how it's being segmented out, how we should really be phasing things at this park as opposed to boom and bust right now.
Sure. And I'm
So
gonna
just address that as we go on, because I think there could be some more information of how that phasing happens with all the aspects of this plan.
You got it. And I have a slide for that, so I will get into that in a little bit. Sure. The next part is the recreational part of it. It's the trails and trailheads. And so I try to show on this map that all the existing trails are in yellow. And that's all the existing trails that we have today. And then all the proposed trails for the future are kind of the dotted trails in the different colors. And so the recreation component and the wildlife component was, you know, you always have to put those two together and then come up with what really works for the property. And it's it's not easy. Everyone talks about balance. This is not truly balancing. This is called, working with the community on what's the best connections and what's the best way to leave wide open areas like this that are completely free of trails, completely free of human use in this area. And so, trying to create as large areas as possible to do that, but also providing these great connections that bring people around the property, through the property, and create connections to, the big thing is Aspen's down here, Snowmass is here. How do you get these great connections to come through? How do you make this a really fun trail network while also protecting the wildlife habitat? And what we are proposing in this is, we do say we're proposing about 14 miles of new trail overall. Sounds like a lot, but when you look at 2,500 acres, this is all the way from Cozy Point Ranch up here, all the way down through the Buttermilk connection here, and then you got we're going to try to do a different connection than the existing radar road here, Cozy Line that connects the Cozy Point Ranch to the Skyline Ridge, and then you have Rim, and then some connections on Hidden Valley on this side. When you put it all together, 2,500 acres, we found large patches of untouched wildlife habitat because, when we went through the public process, there was about twice this many trails that were proposed, and we had to figure out what areas really, truly we need to keep without trails. And one of the big things that we are proposing in this plan that we were working really hard with Snowmass on is the fact that keeping dogs restricted and limited to the edges. And this would mean that the dogs would be allowed on the Highline and Lowline Trail. Dogs are restricted but allowed during the summer from May 15th, October 15th on the Brush Creek Trail. Obviously, you have the Rio Grande Trail that they're allowed on, the Owl Creek Trail, and then all of these trails all through this area that dogs are allowed. Here is an area that dogs have never really been on this property, and this is one of those areas where, we found some significant summer habitat, and also the compromise was we could put some more trails in if we take the dogs off, because we have tons of studies on it that dogs do create larger impacts than just a human walking on a trail. Even a dog on a leash still creates that impact. It's not as large as dogs off leash, but it creates that impact. And so, especially like a trail like this and the trail like this is a rimline trail, and this is what we're calling the ditch line trail. These are two that if you can keep the corridor to the corridor, it's not as large of a influence on the habitat. If you have dogs, it does increase that influence. And we just know with our other enforcement areas, we don't have 100% compliance with the leash law, and this is one area where we'd be really, really upset to see dogs off leash on this area, because it would really, we have a ton of nesting birds in these areas. There's a ton of grouse in there, and there's small mammals and everything else. There is deer, and we're hopefully working with the Division of Wildlife on a deer study in the future. The deer is there in the summer. And so how would this all be impacted, with just humans on a trail is much less than if we put dogs on that. So that's what we're proposing today.
Gary, what's the nature of the impact of dogs on wildlife?
The nature of the impact of dogs on wildlife is that dogs are a predator. If they basically derive from wolves. And so wolves were one of the main predators through this area. And so when wildlife come upon a dog, even a leash dog, they look at that, they start to stress, and they start to feel, will they be attacked? And that raises their stress level, it raises issues with them, and then eventually they're going to move away from that stress point. So they are going to move a certain amount away from a trail that has dogs. And so you lose all of that wildlife connectivity where the trail corridor is only 2 or 3 feet wide, but with the dog even on a leash, then you get, about 30 feet. And then if you start connecting all of these areas on 30 feet, plus if we don't keep the dogs on leash and they're off leash, the off leash areas has been proven, you can almost have a 1/4 mile of impact off of that trail because of where they leave their scent, where they're seen, and the wildlife is just going to move away. I mean, you'll still see some, but what has been proved over time, they did this in Boulder, and there was replicated studies over time, is that the zone of influence is much larger, and if we couldn't keep all these dogs on a leash, it would be a major issue on this, because if you start looking at quarter-mile radius, you're starting to all of a sudden, there is no difference between these trails. You are basically having an impact on this whole area, which right now we're proposing to just have a wildlife area here. So this is a blow-up.
Chad?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I'd like to clarify, you said, I believe working with the town of Snowman's Village, that dogs will be allowed on the peripheral trails.
Correct.
How do you define view line?
View line, well, I was going to get into that right here, is I did a blow-up.
You're actually going to proceed with more?
Yeah, I'm going to do a little more detail. Right now, I'm going to do a little more detail on basically what we worked with Snowmass last night on. So I did a blow-up here. Here's Upper North Mesa. I have the specific boundary lines on it. This is Town of Snowmass Village, Upper North Mesa. This is Town of Snowmass Village, Hidden Valley. Pitkin County owns 7-Star, and here's Drosty on that. So I put the boundary lines for everyone to see. And so last night, Town of Snowmass Village Town Council voted unanimously to prohibit dogs on all connection trails to Drosty and even into 7-Star. So they made an announcement that basically every connecting trail, this one, this proposed trail, the view line, well, the flat line and this trail, anything in the future, and this ditch line, anything that comes off of town land, off of the periphery trails where they will allow dogs, will be prohibited. And so dogs will be prohibited on all of those connecting trails. We got great, last year we had dogs prohibited on view line. The town of Snowmass Village went with that prohibition on their property right here. We did a photo monitor of that area, and with photo monitoring we only saw 3 dogs out of 1,150 pictures over 2.5 months. And so that was a very impressive compliance rate. It was a very impressive compliance rate, and we're hoping that, I think people understood it, and people really understood that this is not an area we just closed to dogs and it was open to dogs originally. This area was new and it was closed. So we're hoping to get that type of compliance on every single connecting trail. And so that was what we worked out last night. The biggest change we have is this one right here. And this is called the Rimline Trail. The Rimline Trail was originally slated to potentially open in the next 2 years. And what we're doing now is we're putting it on hold for a while until we work with the town of Snowmass Village on their dog management stuff overall, especially in terms of enforcement. The town of Snowmass Village, last night their town council made that recommendation that all connecting trails will be dog prohibited, and that we're going to work with them this summer to see where they're at they're going to think about starting some type of enforcement on their trail system overall. They're going to look at ways to zone their trails, because right now they don't have a ton of enforcement on their trails. They deal with enforcement issues like the Tom Blake Trail. They've been pretty serious about, and they do have their animal control officers giving tickets to people who are on that in the closure area. And so overall, I think we're going to come up with a very good plan with the town on how to enforce areas that they feel are sensitive wildlife habitat areas, and how they can allow people to have some access to other areas that aren't as critical wildlife habitat. So I really believe that this is an incredible collaboration that really has begun through this planning process.
Howie?
You've done a good job describing the connector trail versus the peripheral trail, at least to this group. I didn't think that understanding was how to understand connector versus non.
Well, they're going to be emphatic signage. I mean, in the plan, we have kiosks. We're going to be putting up kiosks. We already have some kiosks up there. We're going to be putting up consistent kiosks at the trailheads, at any new trailheads. We're going to be putting up a lot of signage. We have a decent amount of money in the proposed budget to do signage, and so we're going to make a really big push of doing that. The only connector trail that's really in existence right now is the view line, and our rangers, we're photo monitoring it again this year. Our rangers are out there. We don't have a cooperative enforcement agreement with Snowmass yet, so we're really not enforcing on Snowmass land, but Snowmass is really put together there. They've said that they're going to be pretty serious on this. I think we're going to get the same type of compliance on this that we got last year, because our rangers are right here. They're on this, so you're not going to stop at some imaginary border. It's not just at a magic viewpoint. So I think we're going to get the public educated on it, like we did this one. It worked well. Hopefully on the rest of them we'll do it, but if we can work over the next few years on a cooperative enforcement agreement, that's going to be really important too.
Jack?
So, with this cooperative effort that evolved, certainly over time here, but last night there was specific direction. Consistent with what occurred last night, on the North Mesa, there was some discussion about possibly changing covenants. All that's on hold, where there's going to be a look at this cooperative effort with enforcement. The sound all great, but I know the people in North Range are up in arms. And that's where the town come from North Range and North Range.
Jack, if I might answer that question, that's Snowmass land, and we can't really know what they're going to choose to do in the future, and I think it's best to acknowledge what you're doing now, which is that there have been some discussions about this property. Presently, although there is an ordinance from, I think, 1993 or something that had a prohibition on dogs on it from the get-go, that knowledge of the restriction in the ordinance wasn't maintained, and consequently the enforcement wasn't pursued over the years, and it really affects the trail that is the current trail on North Mesa that's in yellow here. So Gary and I have proposed an accommodation with all of this, that in the phasing of the trails proposed in the management plan, we asked the Open Space Board this morning to modify their prior approval to put this North Rim Line Trail in a bit of a hiatus so that we can have that extra certainty about where the town may choose to go in the future on the management of its lands on North Mesa. So that's my understanding of where we are, and I invited our Snowmass friends to be here. I don't know if they want to add anything more to that right now.
Thank you, Bill. Bill Bueno, Mayor of Snowmass Village. Yeah, this area, as you all are aware, has been an area that our horse ranch neighbors, as Jack brought up, have been using for 20 years. And they've sort of given us a hard time on council because a few weeks ago, a month ago I guess it was, we, through this management plan, recognized that this area was supposed to be dog-free. People had been using it. And so one of the ideas is that I want my staff to work in conjunction with your trail people and Dale to help us inform the community that this trail that we're talking about over here in Rim Trail North is a very concerned ecological area that we have to protect. Now, what that also means is that we're going to make some changes to say we're going to start, I think, enforcing much stronger than we ever have dog issues on this trail. I believe that what's going to happen is that we are going to spend a couple of years putting signs up saying this is a dog restricted area. Restrictions in my mind are if you're going to be up here, and if we ever get to the point to where we allow an animal on that trail, which, you know, this is what a lot of people want us to do, is to say, we're going to have no tolerance for dogs off leash if you're in here. I just got to let you guys know that this is one of the things that for 20 years people have said we haven't had problems. So it's my direction to my staff to say, and our council's direction to say, this is a critical area. We recognize it's a critical area. I've been dealing with this since '94, and we were on council, and saying we have to protect the animals up here. So there will be some more discussion. I can't say we're not going to have any discussion, but it is something I believe that the town of Snowmass Village is going to change our enforcement policies to put the cameras up there, to do what we've done these other trails, to say dogs are a problem. And the community needs to understand that, but we are honestly going to have some other discussion of what's going to happen, which is why I think Dale and you guys and Open Space and the county commissioners are taking an approach to say, let's see what happens. Let's see how far Snowmass gets. John Wilkinson said last night, let's get 80% plus, compliance with that. My feeling is we can do the same thing as we've done with the view line. We can say, guys, this is a restricted area, and we need to respect that. So Jack has heard enough from people in the area, and as we all have, that there is a concern. Some people think we're taking things away. The other thing we're doing in the Snowmass is looking at areas where we can allow dogs to be off leash. To say, look, guys, we're not just adding new trails and restricting dogs. We're going to add some areas where we think dogs can roam freely off leash. Let's give you an area that we can do that, where people understand the dogs can be. It might be the ditch trail. The ski company and the Forest Service and our town manager have worked together and staff about looking at the ski area, to saying, hey, this might be an area that we can look at, certain areas, to allow dogs off leash. But the interface between bike riders, hikers, horse people, we have to be very proactive and let people know what they can do. So hopefully that opens the shades a little bit on where we've been talking. If you have any questions, staff and myself and John Wilkinson are here to answer any more.
Yes, Chad.
Quick comment. I think Mallory's question is very relevant. It would probably be helpful if we could print a map of this area that articulated where dogs are allowed and dogs are not, because people are going to get educated through what they see, not what they hear.
And as some of you know, I do have a couple of dogs, and they're very good. But they do have issues, and I know that. And we'll make it the next step with all your help.
And then, Jack, right now, this is your map of where dogs are allowed and where dogs are not. Dogs are not allowed on the red trails here. They're restricted here. Right now, in Snowmass Village and in Pickens County, there is a leash law, 100% leash law on all of it. So dogs are allowed in this whole area, but they have to be on a leash. And what Snowmass is working on, like we did at Smuggler, was to find an area that would work for dogs off leash. And so this map will change over time, but it kind of gives you that feel of there's definitely about 95% of the trails that are open to dogs, but this shows you where they will be closed to dogs. And we're going to work with the mapping and try to get that mapping better, and as we work with Snowmass to see what their policy is going to be overall on the rest of the town.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say I appreciate what I see to be a very good faith effort to try to resolve these issues. And I think that sometimes there's things that you can't just do in one fell swoop. It takes a little time. It takes some backgrounding. I think the type of information that you have access to, Gary, that we can present to the public will, in general, result in them making the right choices and understanding why we're going forward with this. I'm not a dog owner myself, but I have good friends with dogs and understand, how it's just so tempting to think that this one time, my one dog isn't going to add to the influence negatively. But it's a cumulative matter. It's another drop in the bucket that eventually will kind of be detrimental to our wildlife. And while it's only anecdotal at this time, it's something I'd like to see us check with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife later. I've been hearing that this is going to just be an extremely low production year for both fawns and calves on deer and elk because the grass is not so high and they're much more vulnerable to bears and coyotes getting to the young, and that we may really see another side effect of the drought year being our wildlife taking a hit. And so really, truly appreciate the effort.
And then one of the things that I have, one of the things on this map too was we studied this area pretty significantly, this old mountain park, for breeding bird habitat. And there's 2 sensitive species in the summer that are on this property. In the purple we have Virginia warblers, and in kind of the teal light blue we have brewer sparrows. And both brewer sparrows and Virginia warblers are species of conservation concern. Their populations are declining over their range, and so this was one of the big reasons too, is especially in brewer sparrow habitat, because they're in sagebrush only, they're sagebrush obligate species, that dogs would have a pretty negative impact on that breeding habitat. Where Virginia warbler likes more mature growing cantaloupe, so that's a little different, but dogs would still impact how far away they can nest near a trail and stuff. So let me get back. So this gives you a summary of our public comment. I'm not going to go into this big time because we could sit here for a long time. Beyond the meetings, beyond the outreach to specific groups, we did advertise and receive 75 comments about different aspects of the plan. And we asked for specific, response to certain things of what they would love to see. And obviously, you look at the big ones on the first 2, wildlife protection and recreation access. Kind of figured that the majority of people would be really interested in seeing wildlife protection and recreation access. And then we had mountain bike positives, hike positives, equestrian positives, hunting positives. Then we didn't really have much negative on hiking, mountain biking, or equestrian. We had more negative when we came to hunting. We had some positive responses and negative responses. And then the dogs, obviously, we'd have a positive and negative. Nordic skiing, that we really didn't ask a ton about the Nordic skiing, and I'll get into the Brush Creek Trail in a second. But some people did put that they would like to see some Nordic skiing, and then continue ag on the properties. Obviously, Opposing Point Ranch was a big one, so one person did that. But from what we saw in these public comments was we did get a really positive response we got more of a positive response to hunting and more of a positive response to keeping dogs limited to the fringes than we did the opposite way. So there is other people out there that that really would like to have a place to go that did not have dogs on it. So I could mountain bike, I could hike, and I could horseback ride without dogs. And it's, it was definitely significant in the public comment on this. Now to get into kind of the budgeting and the priorities on everything. And this is what we put in the plan. So it kind of shows us all the new trail projects, existing trail projects, trailheads. I'll get into the wildlife projects and all that, how we're going to phase all these things, and what are the general costs. I will put a big disclaimer that any costs that we put in a management plan aren't final budget decisions. All final budget decisions will happen during the budget process. We're going to adjust this as conditions change. We'll always be bringing new budgets like we do for Smuggler. We do the same process for Smuggler. We adjust that budget based on what we really need to do. So here we go on the new trail projects. The big one lined up for this year is the Cozy Line Trail. And that's the one we've been talking about since, when we were ready to purchase the property, how to connect Cozy Point Ranch and the intercept lot to Skyline Ridge. And that is, go back to the map, that is this trail right here. The Cozy Line goes right up here. I've been up there now with Austin and Jeff Woods and trying to get Dale to come with me. And it's just beautiful. It is such a beautiful area right there to see. And it's going to be a great connection. It's one of those things that's going to benefit, obviously, the connection to Cozy Point Ranch, but you also have a great parking area right here with the intercept lot. It seems to be, it's going to be about, a little more, about 2.3 or 2.5 miles. And we're slated to do that in this year. And we're going to have a youth corps help us build that. And the youth corps is coming in. They're working on Snowmass trails right now. That's our partnership with Snowmass and the city of Aspen. These are the partnerships that we have, is that we are working on specific trails and using crews together. And it's really been a fun, from my point of view, it's been really fun working with the two jurisdictions to try to have all these crews work together. And how we're getting all these things done has been really kind of a really rewarding and different experience than we've had in the past. And so it's been great. The next one, this is the big one, Rimline Trail. Originally, we were slating to do this over the next 2 years. Some of this trail is already in existence. Some of it obviously needs some reroutes. But this Rimline Trail, and I'll go back to the map, this Rimline Trail, this one right here, is the one that we're going to put on hold for now. And we're going to put it on hold until we work out with Town of Snowmass Village on what Bill was talking about, was how we're going to deal with the enforcement, how we're going to do all that stuff. Flatline Trail, this one's out of the cemetery. That's where it got its name, Flatline. This one would be an equestrian hiking only trail, and it would have a parking area here for equestrians and hikers and bikers too. But it would be, this trail would be going through the cemetery. The Town of Snowmass Village has been working with the Snowmass Chapel on how that would work, and that was slated for 2013.
Yes, Chad.
Gary, I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
Talking with Kevin Wright, he's concerned about trails in Hidden Valley by the cemetery. Would you please look at that?
Sure.
Over here, all this area from is that flat line?
Yep.
Why doesn't this trail kind of look back this way instead of going here? I know, clearly they're talking about a fall, winter situation. Yeah, this is where there's no concentration area, etc. Now, I know there's no dogs here, but just trying to stay away from the most sensitive areas and not intrude, why aren't we looking this trail back?
It's really due to topography there. If I could, I would blow this up. There's a huge bowl right here, and there's exposed cliffs right there. And so it's really due to topography and using existing old trails. There's an old horse trail on this, trying not to create new disturbance. Plus, this whole thing is going to have a winter closure. That is all going to be closed in the winter. And we worked really well with Town of Snowmass Village last winter. They helped us with signage and enforcement to keep people out, because people used to love to bike here in the winter. And so we've been really working well, because this is a winter concentration area, is really to keep it out. The reality is, with no dogs and a limited trail corridor through here, the impact is much more limited. And it's something that was definitely identified as a major need, was trying to find a way to have equestrian parking and equestrian access to the top here, and separating this, because this is a windy, narrow trail, and to keep them separated. So that was the compromise that was made, but all of it is going to have a winter closure, so it will not, there'll be nobody in here in the winter impacting elk for that. And so, there's always the concern of a 2 or 3 foot wide trail corridor But honestly, what we have noticed that these trail quarters sometimes help they find their ways through these areas, especially in big winters, because they don't have to bash through a lot of brush and stuff. Because this area is very over-mature, Campbell oak and stuff, and it's not slated right now for any habitat improvement. So the trails I don't feel the trails are going to be a huge, huge negative.
And this area will essentially be part of the cooperative effort with Snowman's Village about enforcing, trying to lock up, but we know that there are considerable number of people that like to go out the cemetery, cross country, except cemetery road, and access that area.
Yeah, and one of the things that we worked on with the town of Snowmass Village is we're actually going to put the parking down at the bottom. And so the people aren't going to be able to park all the way to the top here. And so parking at the bottom with a gate on that anyone who has a cemetery or a plot in there can access that with their car. But it will be a gate, so it will prevent a lot of people from getting here. And when you have a gate, you have an opportunity to show people who put a barrier. You have an opportunity to really inform people of what's allowed and what's not allowed. So we're hoping that we're going to do it. And you've heard Bill, I really believe that we're going to see an increase in enforcement. We already have with the winter enforcement. We had the 2 animal control officers and signage because they called us concerned about the trespassing. So that was really, it's a very big positive on this.
What is that underground behaviors right here? What is that?
This one is it's kind of a view line that hits the view line to Hidden Valley to a High Line connection. This was a way to just create a loop in this area. This is one of those things that's to be determined because we're still trying to work with the neighboring landowners on using the existing radio tower road. We are not going to exhaust that and just magically build it tomorrow. We're going to work on that relationship and see if we can get that because a lot of people use this radio tower road. It's trespassing, but a lot of people use this radio tower road. As you can see, a ton of people park on top of Sinclair Divide there, and then they hike that radio tower up. And so one of the things we're going to work on, we're still working with that neighboring community on trying to figure out a way, could we get public access on it, or could we get public access close to that so we could provide that need, because the public's going there. So we saw that need. How do we do that? If we can't, we are going to shut that down and make sure that the public don't use this, but try to find a different option.
And is the town moving forward with potential reopening of that parking right there? I hope to see, as a resident, as a commissioner, whatever, that site at top of Sinclair Drive is forward, not allowed, no parking is allowed, that's involved.
Yeah, Jack,
Use this other one.
Bill Bueno, Town of Snowmass Village Mayor. I'm also on the committee with the chapel, the cemetery committee, so I'm sort of like the unofficial undertaker in Snowmass. One of the things we've done over the last couple of years with town's help, the staff's help, is to not plow that road in the wintertime. We've also dictated no one can die in the winter, so we're not going to bury you in the winter up there. So we're closing off so that, a lot of people do. Yeah. They're going to be in cold storage for a while, so to speak. But no, we're not plowing the road. We used to plow it in the winter to let people get up there to visit their grave sites and that kind of stuff. But we'll do that if there's a need. But for the most part, staff is not continuing to allow to plow that road. So it'll be basically closed off with a gate. Gary's speaking of. The other thing is that yes, the parking area that we're talking about was the area many years ago. They were looking at putting in a wildlife center type thing. And I, as the manager of the Pine subdivision, which is that area right here to the south of that little P there, we've seen people who park in the subdivision and then get back on those trails and get in there in the inappropriate times. So it's our feeling from the town that if we can reopen the parking lot, put some signage in there, informational about this area is closed during certain periods, and this is why, that we won't have people coming into the Pine subdivision or other areas. It'll help inform everybody of why the area is closed. I think it'll be an asset to maintain some good closures in there so the wildlife has a chance to do its calving and all that kind of stuff back in the woods. So, we are looking at trying to take care of that because we do believe it'll be an asset. So I think those are the 2 points that I wanted to make sure we got through to you guys. Thank you again.
So then we have other trails. The airline trail I want to mention here is that our relationship with the airport, two county departments, has been incredible. The airport has been an amazing organization to work with. They have been very open with what their needs are, and we've been very open with what we would like to see on the airport. And so the airline trail is one of those things where the airport would like to eventually see public use off of the radar road, at least for this first part. It's near their airport operations. You're going to see their master plan. They're going to propose things in here in the future. And so what we've come up with the airport is a different trail. It doesn't come up beautifully on this screen, but it's called the Airline Trail. And it's a trail that comes off the top of the switchbacks. I've walked it with Austin Weiss and Jeff Woods. It's it goes right on the edge of the pasture connecting these properties, crosses Owl Creek, and then comes up through these shale areas to a very nice area of a bench, and then we'll connect to this Cozy Line Trail, and then you'll be able to connect to the Skyline Ridge Trail. It'll be a much more sustainable and less steep option for people coming from Aspen to get up to the Skyline Ridge Trail. The radar road is extremely steep, and it's maintained as a road, and if they need access, they're going to have cars, they're going to move on that. So, but honestly, we've worked extremely well with the airport, and we've had a really great relationship with them, and that's one of the trails that will eventually happen. We have it to be determined because they have their master plan process going on right now, and so we're working with them on what timing we can make. And then we talked about the View Line to High Line Trail before on Snowmass. The ditch line, that's this big one here. We are proposing to move forward with that trail in 2014, and this will give us a couple years to further study the property and work on the other connections, and we'll come back at that time with a recommendation with a final alignment. One of the reasons why you see this here is this is where the old Drosty Road is. The old Drosty access road is through here. So we wanted to keep the trail in the disturbance area, but obviously that road wasn't really sustainable, so we'd make a trail that is much more sustainable up there. And I try to put costs on all these things for people to see. Obviously, we'll come back during budget time with a more accurate cost, but these are estimates based on our costs to date of doing the View Line last year and doing some other trails on Smuggler and stuff like that.
Gary?
Yep.
Can you just talk a little bit with the cost aspect, since you just mentioned it? There's a column in our packets that isn't here. There's a tremendous amount of volunteer, labor being used to build these trails. Can you talk a little bit about the groups that are being involved and the partnerships there?
We have an incredible relationship with Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. They were incredible to us last year on the View Line Trail and our Smuggler Trails, and they have been really, this year we already did one project with them on a Skyline Ridge Trail reroute, and they are getting Ski Co employees out this week, Thursday, to help us finish that. So a lot of that stuff is completely free. And so between Ski Co employees coming out, RFOV organizing all of this stuff, we have Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association has pledged a lot of time and members to come up. We've already seen that. The Roaring Fork Horse Council is another one that has pledged, especially for the Flatline Trail. They have pledged to, basically, we'll use our crews to help supervise and stuff, but honestly, that's why you see different cost levels for all of them, is because we already have the pledges of volunteer labor to make these things happen. So it's really a community effort on a lot of these trails. And that gets into kind of the existing trails. We put, the Skyline Ridge Trail is an old road and an old horse trail, and we've started to realign it last year to make it more sustainable. We're going to continue to do that. This year, we're already working on it. Ski Code's coming out this week. We already had a great group of 45 people come out and help us on the Skyline Ridge. Howie was there. It was really great to see. So was Fran. And it was great. John Wilkinson. It's just a great community thing to see so many people come out to help reroute these really steep, erodible areas into sustainable trails. And so that's a really cool thing to see. And then, the trailheads, Mayor Bill talked about the Owl Creek Trailhead, and that's the Owl Creek Trailhead that we were talking about, reopening. The cost is for, some boulders and fencing and other things. Town of Snowmass Village is going to do that mostly internally, so their costs are mostly internalized. And the Hidden Valley Cemetery, the town, it's also, Open Space and Trails is really interested in having this connection, so we were going to partner with them on this parking area. And how that parking area is going to come about, I kind of put a number in there. I said 2012 because we're just trying to plan it in 2012 and talk about it, but it'll be mostly a 2013 project. We'll come up with a better cost for that in the budget when you guys see the budget this year. And then Cozy Point Ranch is a great one. Cozy Point Ranch has a lot of place. We've been working with Monroe Summers and the city of Aspen on Cozy Point Ranch, having that potentially be a public trailhead. They have facilities there. It wouldn't take much to get that trailhead going, and so there's not a huge cost to it. And we're going to work with the city of Aspen. They're doing kind of a sub-area plan on Cozy Point Ranch to deal with the operations and stuff like that, and so we'll see hopefully that come out of that.
Gary, can I just interrupt briefly to
Sure.
say that we have Stephen Ellsperman and Austin Weiss with us, and I also appreciate them being here. So they're able to field any questions that might come up as regards the city's pieces of this bigger collaboration.
Well, and then gets on to, Rob brought up a really good point on, and Hawk brought this up in the open space board meetings, was the wildlife improvements. Because the wildlife improvements are some of the more expensive parts of this plan. And what we tried to do with this is spread it out over, we have an 8-year period here, spread it out over an 8-year period to give us time not only to see what's working, what's not working. We're going to monitor these areas pretty intensely to see what's working and not, but also to say we truly believe the Division of Wildlife is going to be a partner on this, and I've already talked to them about getting grant funding to do this stuff. And this would not be a full open space cost. This is going to be a shared cost, because one of the things when working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, this was a huge component for them. They would love to see this. This is a huge improvement to wildlife habitat. It's one of the big reasons they were pushing for the Drosty acquisition, because it's such critical elk habitat that these mountain shrub treatments would make, a really great addition and really great improvements to the property. And so I try to put these costs in. These are costs that, we have seen from other projects from the Division of Wildlife on Light Hill and also Albany Mesa. And, as the cost increases, as we get into a little more areas that are steeper that need hand work and not just using a machine to masticate, we're only going to try to do machine on 35% slopes or less, and then we would do hand slopes on that. And then, we have little cost for monitoring the aspen stands. We're going to work on that next year. We have some beautiful aspen stands on Upper North Mesa and on Seven Star, some a little bit on Drosty, but these aspen stands are obviously in decline, and we're going to study why. There's many different reasons. Obviously, one of the biggest reasons is maybe it's that elevational limit. There's a climate change thing. There's one thing I wanted to add today that's not in this, is that we are working with the Aspen Global Change Institute to put a soil moisture monitoring station up on Sky Mountain Park. That's really going to help us figure out, are we getting a global warming? Is things getting drier? over time, what species are we going to see in the future. And so we're going to really try to use this property to monitor what we're going to see, because when we start cutting out these shrubs, we most likely think we're going to get shrub back. We might not, and that's why we'll monitor and see what's going to happen and adjust as necessary. One of the great projects we're doing this year, this is on 7 Star, and this is what we were planning on doing if you brought Drosty or not. But there's a place on 7 Star that looks beautiful sagebrush-wise, but has zero diversity underneath. Basically, we have non-native crested wheatgrass underneath that beautiful sagebrush-looking thing. So we are working with Colorado Mountain College out of Leadville to do a project to increase species diversities in the understory of sagebrush. We're going to start that in July, and that'll be a really cool project to see. And then we have other projects like the plan to reclaim those ponds on the Drosty property. Right now we're just going to come up with a plan. I can't even tell you what the cost could be for that. And so, and then restoring old roads is obviously going to be a priority for us. So this was the dog map on it, and really, truly, I'm going to leave it open. I'm going to stop talking now and let you guys ask questions. Jack?
Yeah, thanks for all the hard work, everyone. As far as new trails, there's no question, speaking only here of myself, I'm totally supportive of all the habitat work, et cetera, et cetera. The problem or the challenge I see is the trails and implementing them when. I very much appreciate Snowmass Village's work on this and trying to sift away to step lightly, as it were, and see about the enforcement and all, and that's positive. I support most of these trails, and the only thing that I would add, separate of the comments I've already had, is about ditch line. I hope that is, you have a 2014, so we don't have to adjust it, but I'm hoping it comes later than sooner, because I think we need to establish the growth of trails on this whole property, the Skyline Park properties, over a period of time so we can monitor the results. So ditch line is very much for me in the future. Now, Buttermilk Connector, I believe that might be on the City of Aspen's property. Am I correct?
Mostly. Yes.
Yeah, mostly. I question why it even exists. We've got a paved trail. People that don't want to be on a trail, they should go on the road if that's their preference. We have open road laws in this state relative to bicycles. I find it contradictory to cut a trail where there is 2 parallel corridors and essentially impact the sage habitat, all of that, the birds, etc. All that's a natural bottom of a slope. I don't see why we're cutting a trail in there. I wish somebody would help me with why.
Well, I could start, and then Austin can help. This proposal is on an old ditch. It's on a ditch cut already. It's pretty noxious, weedy where we would build this trail. And then one of the things that it connects to is Buttermilk. And Buttermilk is going through a master planning process right now. And if new trails are going to be connected through Buttermilk, it is one of the great things to be able to connect all the way through back to Aspen and stay on this side of Highway 82 than having to come out of Aspen and be on hard surface trail all the way to Sky Mountain Park. Is that you would have soft surface, soft trail access all the way through to Aspen on this side. And by being on this ditch where it is pretty weedy and it's already disturbed, was not trying to create anything new in a more pristine area. One of the things the wildlife biologist did say was, and the vegetation ecologist, was these upper areas on these properties is Airport Bluff and this is Burlingame West, are really intact vegetation. And they don't want to see anything up there. So keeping things way down here is not an issue because you have the road right next to it. And we do separated surfaces all over the Rio Grande Trail. We have a hard surface and a soft surface for different types of use. So, that was the reasoning behind it. And Austin, if you wanted to, or Stephen wanted to add anything to that?
Given the
I
microphone,
would
Gary.
just say that, first of all, backing up and saying, yeah, that's good. That absolutely would be the first consideration is the habitat in that zone. So appreciate your observation in that. And to clarify a little more, the safety of the users is paramount in that location. Since there isn't an ecological intact zone down there, there really isn't much of a cutting of a trail in there. It's just improving an existing ditch, as Gary had mentioned. And more importantly, that the idea about the connectivity of that would be potentially a different user also, as Gary mentioned. That buttermilk master plan and the trail system that comes through that way would provide a connection that would not require a crossing of the road, as well as keeping those users off the road. So I think paramountly that's a safety improvement as it comes through with no ecological damage.
Each to their own opinion. I still don't approve of it. But I won't be here anyway, so 2014, have fun.
Jack, is there a protocol that you could agree
I just think, just consistent with everything here is timing. The least desirable trails ought to be implemented in the furthest timeline, and then we'll know more about everything as we go. And hey, some of my reservations easily could go away with use and time and what we learn from the property. And so my comments are really just my conservative approach to the land, and less is better, slower, and we can proceed, though, with many of these trails. Actually, hopefully that one for the horses flat line, I know we have 13 here and we're going to be working on it, but if that can be implemented even this year, that would be great, because given that we get all the ducks in order, and you've identified, because there is a need to separate a certain user group from another for safety reasons.
So, Gary, is there a protocol when you begin new trail construction? Do you do an assessment and previous to the construction of wildlife and biology on those trail proposals?
Yes, we do. This year we did a milk vetch, the rare milk vetch that we found up there. We did a milk vetch survey for the Cozy Line Trail. Well, we did it for the entire property, but specifically it looked at the shale areas on Cozy Line, because there's a lot of shale up here and there's a lot of potential habitat. So we found out and have now mapped all of those potential areas on there. So, and then we have already done the avian surveys for this year. So the avian surveys with our wildlife biologists is, when they've walked all their transects, they've told us, are there nests or not. Obviously, when then Austin and I are out there, when we're looking at that, I'm looking for nests and stuff, and we have been bashing through some brush and have not come across any of them. So we do make sure that we survey this area, that we're not putting a trail right through a nest, and we're not putting it through the milk vetch areas, and that, in the avian point count areas, that we're seeing what species are, in that corridor. So yes.
And that'll be the protocol for any future expansion of trails?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Rob?
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of concur with Jack in the sense that I'd like to kind of view these future trails as projections and not commitments, and that there's still a lot of study that needs to happen in these areas, and it takes years and years to really understand a new area of wildlife and habitat and different plant life and that sort of stuff. And once you kind of tread your way through on a trail, it's hard to go back. And, that trail ends up, even if you put closed signs on it, that trail ends up being a bandit trail. You talked about the
the road on the other side being used illegally, trespassing, and people going through there. And I think slower is better than faster in the long-term decisions that we make for this wonderful piece of property that we are now the stewards of. So, and again, I'd just like to say that in my mind, I see these trails as kind of projections for the future and not commitments at this point by any means.
So, do you want the open space and trails to adopt that in your mind?
Well, adopt it as projections. These are things that we're studying and looking into. When we look at trails that are put out to 2014, are we committing right now to the ditch line trail in 2014? Well, I think there's a lot of work between now and 2014 when we start building that trail, and I just, for the public's sake, I want them to know what that means. Just like with our airport process, putting a space holder doesn't mean we're building 80,000 square feet for a terminal. And putting a space holder for a ditch line trail doesn't mean that it's going to meet all the requirements that we have that are so stringent in Pickens County because of our values of preservation of wildlife, preservation of habitat, and all the other elements that we want to protect in that land. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It's a projection, not a commitment in my mind.
So,
These are all,
is that your understanding also, or what is the open space and trails understanding of those future trails?
we make in the plan, we put a footnote on a lot of that to say that, all these budget projections and all these timeline of projections have to go through the budgeting process. And so and land use reviews as applicable. So, they will, these are projections. We are projecting this stuff. There's a lot of TBDs up there. So just like we did with Smuggler, is that we put the projection in there, but then we come back and ask at that time, and we will have supporting documentation at that time saying, when we come back for budget, in 2014, do we feel ready to build this? And we will come to you and say, okay, because as you see on the ditch line trail, it's $20,000. We're going to think about using a youth corps and help us do that. So, for that type of expenditure, it comes through the Open Space Board for their review, and it comes through the Board of County Commissioners for your review at that time. We're continuing to study this property. There's a lot of money that's already, I didn't put it in this, but it's in your plan for monitoring. There's a very decent amount of money for monitoring over time, and that will help us understand. But we do put these dates in here, to be honest. We put them as a projected, and we really project to build them then, and we'll come back to you guys for the budgetary approval for it.
Does that coincide with your concerns, Rob?
Yes, it does.
George?
Just comment. I really want to thank the town of Snowmass and the council for supporting this plan. I know there's a lot of discussion up there. I want to thank the city of Akron for all their work involved in it. And just remember why we all work together to purchase this property, because we recognize the importance of its wildlife, its habitat. We recognize the importance of the extinguishing of 9 large home sites, which would have drastic impact and no access. We recognize the recreational opportunities, and we recognize maintaining those open vistas as a gateway to Snowmass. So those are all great reasons why this property was purchased. And I think Open Space, the trail staff and the board has put together a great management plan for this piece of land, and has looked at many different options as we move out in the next couple of years. And each year we can revisit this and look at the needs. I think that hopefully the issue regarding dogs and the availability to walk with one's pets has been addressed. If we saw on this map that there's multiple trails that are currently available for dog owners to enjoy taking their dogs or pets for a walk. And so hopefully that issue has been taken care of as well. The enforcement is certainly going to be a big issue. It's a new issue for the town of Snowmass. I encourage Snowmass Village to work on that, not only for this particular property or the other trails that go on only, but also the wintertime, the Nordic system. That is critical to have some enforcement on that, to make that a quality experience for our winter guests, just like our summer guests and locals who use all of these lands.
Thank you, George. Yes, Howard?
I can see where there's now some concern and understanding so whether the planning document is an obligation or truly a forward-looking document as to potential and projections. I think the open space boards look at it that way. It's a planning document, so we can have sort of a roadmap, trail map, however you want to say it, to how to manage a resource that we've spent an awful lot of money on. Perhaps for clarification on it, we might put some wording in this in the final document that reflects that it is a planning document. These forward-looking expectations are not obligations. I think that creates, I think, a sense of accountability and not a voice problem when someone walks in and says, well, you said in 2014 you were going to do this. Step back a little bit. Because I sense an interesting dynamic. Once you remediate this, for example, the aged Gamble Oak up there, the wildlife impacts may be very positive, so you may even have more wildlife up there. So you'll have to reevaluate the impacts of the wildlife mediation. So some of these plans may have to be altered based on real-time data. So I think we've always presumed it's going to work that way. I think it's proper to incorporate some sort of introductory language that reflects that. And then we can move on.
We definitely,
adopt that.
we try to put that in every management plan, and so I think we're just going to make sure that this one has it loud and clear towards the beginning, and then on certain budget pages, we put it on there. We're going to make sure that they get on all of the projected budget pages that, that there really is. We take this totally as a planning document, and we're trying to get something out there so we could start implementing for the future, but all of our management plans get adapted over time.
I'm just looking to my other trustees for assent in that sort of stylistic addition to what we approved this morning.
Two things. The Open Space Board this morning in our meeting unanimously adopted this plan a second time. We adopted it a month or so ago. We adopted it again with some amendments, which Gary will address if he hasn't. I think you haven't. Okay. We did that in the motion, specifically noting that these are proposed trails, and that's how they're, the nomenclature on page 30, the map we've been looking at, is called proposed trails, and that they are subject to annual processing through the budgetary process coming from a recommendation from Open Space to the BOCC. That's the way our motion urging that you ratify this plan was worded this morning. Second point, and I certainly support Howie's comment, that as this is finalized, if you look at the pages called recreation and called new trail actions, there could be some further language to make clear on our website and to the public and to future holders of office on this board, et cetera, that this is going to be an annual evolving process, not only as to cost, but as to the suitability of a trail in 2014 or 2016 or whatever. And I certainly would not object to that. That's in the spirit of the motion we adopted this morning.
So Michael,
Yes.
I think what we're looking for from the Open Space and Trails Board is the support from BOCC for what we've adopted today, as Tim just recapped. So we really sort of set this plan in motion.
Well, it's a work session, and we're here for that presentation, and I think the board has heard the presentation, and they've made their comments. and the Open Space and Trails seems to agree with those comments, and the staff agrees with those comments. So I think I haven't heard any major objections that would stymie this adoption at a formal setting, so a regular setting. So
Well, it's listed as a regular session as well.
today, this is a joint work session. So it could be your regular session, but it's a work session for us. Unless I'm mistaken, John?
No, you're correct. And actually, the master plans are adopted by the Open Space and Trails Board, and in this case, because of the significant visibility of this project and such, we wanted, I apologize, I'm not using the mic. The decision was made that we would present this back and get general consensus and feedback, and I think this meeting accomplishes that, and the comments you've made accomplish that goal.
Okay, yes, Jack?
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but because of what this is recognized by staff, bringing to us, etc., I would, and I don't know exactly the process, the path, I would like to be able to adopt this as a board of county commissioners. We understand what state law is. We understand how we've set up adopting management plans in the past, and we mostly don't go there. But this is so huge and so cooperative that I prefer to have that one more step at some juncture.
So, Jack, are you looking for a ratification of this plan by the Board of County Commissioners? What was our action on the Smuggler Mountain Master Plan?
Well, Smuggler was a little different. Specifically, what Title 12 of the county code provides is that the Open Space Board is charged with adoption of master or management plans for county open space unless those plans contain a special provision that would be subject to civil penalties through our ranger program. Smuggler was such a management plan. We adjusted our leash law as regards the use of Smuggler Mountain Road in that plan, so it did go to you for a formal adoption. Some of the, I hate to call them lesser plans, but some of the less visible properties have simply been adopted by the Open Space Board, and the plans posted on our webpage. So technically, there is no action by the county commissioners required to complete this process. And I'd look to John Ely maybe for any suggestions if you're wanting something more formal, given the structure that we work under, just how it might be.
Well, let me get back to the board. Does the board see any necessity for further actions on this other than the adoption of this plan as presented to us by the Open Space and Trails? Rachel?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Jack on this. I think that there's just so much public interest in the project, and that isn't even, we tend to see it or hear it focused with the Upper Valley communities, but I regularly hear concerns from Mid-Valley and Lower Valley. Are we appropriately working to preserve wildlife? Is this going to be recreational overload, and it's not really a mountain preserve at all, it's just a new recreation area? These types of questions, and if a little more public outreach is beneficial, I certainly can see taking this and adopting it, or, ratifying your adoption at a public meeting. We've also talked about some very small language additions at the table today that could be incorporated at that time. Similar to everyone else's comments, I see this as kind of an itinerary for a very long journey, and it may be subject to change based on changing conditions, budget, new research, new information on the scientific impacts on the wildlife. So I just think it's a good step to make, and beyond that, it's just a great opportunity for public education and awareness to do it in one of our more regular meetings.
George?
I would agree with that. I view this very similar to how we deal with P&Z on caucus neighborhood master plans, where they actually approve the master plan by state statute, and then Board of County Commissioners will then at a regular meeting ratify that plan, just sort of giving their heads up as a formal process. So, we could do a straw vote now. I think everyone, my sense is everyone is supportive of this plan, and to have this done ratified in a public setting at a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting, I think would be a way to go.
Rob?
I concur.
So, John, is that a possible action that the Board of County Commissioners can take, is to ratify this management plan?
Which John?
Probably what we'll have to do is
John Healy.
Title 12, possibly make some amendments to it to allow that process to go forward.
Okay. Does the board hear that? It was John's suggestion was we might have to modify Title 12 in order to go ahead with the ratification of this plan. Yes, Rachel?
Well, I'm happy to look at other things that are, again, signifying a nod of support and acceptance from our board, even if it's not a formal ratification process, and let John and Open Space kind of work that out. But kind of based on Dale's previous comment on smuggler, I suppose there is a possibility of civil actions in our enforcement on Drosy Open Space in the future. If people are having dogs off leash on a non-dog trail, they have a possibility of a fine. And so, given that interface between those two activities, I think, just finding something that makes it more formal, it would be valuable.
So we'll leave that up to Dale, John Peacock, and John Ely to figure out an adequate way to put the stamp of approval of the commissioners on this management plan. Yes, Jack?
I have no problem with that investigation because we need to be knowledgeable as we move forward doing anything. On the other hand, we have the ability of the board, as a Board of County Commissioners, to request staff to write a resolution in support of this, and we just, what's the difference in this and then a federal action we end up supporting, or a state lottery question that we do a resolution on? So I think we have the ability to do, in this sense, whatever we want to show or support, but it's not only support, but it's taking on the responsibility that we all collectively, including the town, our partners, we've worked our tails off to make this the best plan possible to accomplish the goals of not only conservation and habitat management and all of that, but in fact have found our way through to the ability to create some significant recreational opportunities here. And for me, that responsibility lies with the Board of County Commissioners as well as Open Space and Trails.
So we'll let the staff figure out a range, ranging from what Jack just mentioned to a formal ratification, and come back to us with a number of options that we can use.
And a brand.
Yes. Tim.
Thank you. I just want to make an observation that we all feel very strongly about, everyone in this room, which is this, from the spring of 2010 until now, for over 2 years, is community collaboration at its very best by all three municipalities, by half a dozen nonprofits, many of which were mentioned today. It's just it's a tribute to the community, and the footnote to that is that the comments that were on the early in Gary's presentation reflect how well the kind of public education has been about the importance of this acquisition, because the number one comment was wildlife protection. And I just want to say, for the benefit of those who spoke about that, we all on Open Space, and certainly the staff that has been working on this, take that very seriously. So thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, Dale.
Oh, I'm only cognizant of our time. We have one other public item, and I just wanted to not let that one slip away.
We're pretty close to the end here. We were going to talk about what other public items?
We wanted to show you our Hunter Creek Trail extension plan and make sure the county commissioners understand the specifics of that proposal. I think we can do it pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yes, Rachel.
I'm going to step away from the table on this one. I live in Hunter Creek condominiums and have repeatedly gotten the public notice about it, so I think I should leave that to the rest of my board. Thank you.
Thank you, Snowmass. Thank you. The city of Aspen's going to stick around, aren't they? Yeah.
There we go. Is that the whole thing? No, that's great. So what we have in front of us next, it's a moving from one collaboration to another one, and similar to the last discussion item, this is an item where really we just want to make sure the Board of County Commissioners are fully informed as to what we're planning to pursue. On a technical level, this is queuing up for a land use permit that the Planning and Zoning Commission has the authority to grant. That would be the P&Z of Pitkin County. But let me just walk you through quickly what we're proposing, and Austin and Gary can go to any other level of detail. Also, because this does involve a crossing of a county road, I've asked G.R. Fielding to be here as well. Currently, the Hunter Creek Trail that we all know and love really terminates at the Hunter Longhouse, and it's been that way for many years. One of the disadvantages of that setup is that anyone that's in downtown Aspen that would like to walk up to the Hunter Creek Trail must negotiate a whole series of sidewalks and kind of find their way through a residential area. And those of us who live here know the routes, but it's a difficult thing to explain to others. When the Ruby subdivision was approved by Pitkin County, and the county city line runs right down Hunter Creek, it included the conveyance of a trail easement that would allow a bridge to cross at the Longhouse to get on the other side of Hunter Creek and continue on down to Red Mountain Road. Some years before that, the Willoughby Ponds subdivision had included the conveyance of a trail easement that then connects all the way down to the Rio Grande Trail. Consequently, the county owns trail easements that can connect the Hunter Creek Trail to the Rio Grande Trail and eliminate a lot of the mystery from our trail system overall. When the Ruby's initial approvals were set to lapse, they came in for an extension of vested rights, and as part of the consideration they offered to the county to show the public benefit in that extension, they have put $250,000 into our coffers, which is dedicated to the construction of this trail. So we had been looking at our work plan for some time. Of course, we have the actual completion of the Valley-wide Trail or Rio Grande Trail into Aspen on our plate, front and center. And as a consequence, in our work plan, we weren't going to be able to move forward with this Hunter Creek extension. I was quite happy that the Aspen Parks and Open Space Department stepped forward and offered their capacity to design and proceed sooner with the construction of this trail. The design does include a new crossing at Red Mountain Road, and this is a reach of Red Mountain Road that does see some high volume of traffic as well as some high vehicle speeds. It's kind of down at the bottom of a dip as the crossing of Hunter Creek lays on the land there. And as a result of that, the design of this trail does include a proposed improvement on Hunter Creek Road itself, consisting of a raised table that would be concrete, that would symbolize to motorists that they are crossing over a pedestrian crossing. The amount of raising in the table is 2 inches. And Austin can tell you more about that, but the short story is that at that height, it's something that's not going to break your car if you hit it, but you're going to notice going over it. The second part of the proposed improvements are flashing lights that are pedestrian operated, similar to what the city is looking at elsewhere in town. The lights are configured so that you can see them from the road, but they wouldn't be generally visible in the neighborhood. So the City Parks Department, our trails design people, and the county engineer have worked together on that. As I also show in the packet, there's been significant amount of public scoping on this, and there hasn't been any significant concerns raised by our citizenry. And maybe I'll see if Austin wants to highlight any of the other features of this. A lot of work has gone into this today.
Yeah, thank you, Dale. And as Dale already provided a lot of detail, we do have this road crossing. This is kind of our engineered drawings, if you will, of that road crossing, and it does illustrate a profile of that elevated table at 2 inches. We were concerned about not necessarily replicating what's on Cemetery Lane, but rather something that was a little bit more gentle, but would be recognizable by a driver as a significant crossing there. And we were very cognizant of making sure that the lights were trail user activated and directional in nature. I guess the other component that I wanted to mention, and we can go back, I think here, is the bridge crossing of Hunter Creek, because that's the other truly significant component of this project, and looking at floodplains and also the nature of the use that this portion of trail is probably going to see is somewhat different than the upper portions of Hunter Creek, because we are connecting a large residential area to the Rio Grande Trail. We felt like this bridge needs to be a little bit more formal than the more backcountry nature bridges upstream. So we have a little tighter railing configuration so that it meets code. That we recognize we're going to have kids hanging out in this bridge probably. It's just a very different scenario than those bridges farther upstream. We also looked at a design of the bridge, and I think I can, yeah, here we go. This wooden bridge that we're looking at installing here is somewhat similar to the bridge if you were going up to the Arc, the one that goes over Maroon Creek Road, because what it does, and it's difficult to see in this picture, but it integrates the trusses of the bridge into the railing, and what that allows you to do is to have the bridge as low as possible, above the river, so that its visual impacts to the longhouse are minimized, but it also gives you a narrower profile and allows for better clearance over high waters and flood stages and things like that. So we wanted to maintain the wooden aesthetic that we have on Hunter Creek, and wanted this trail to somewhat mimic the aesthetic of the entire Hunter Creek Trail. Whereas the upper Hunter Creek Trail typically doesn't see bike traffic because it's too rocky. From this point down, we do anticipate people wanting to take their bikes from the Longhouse, from Hunter Creek, down to the Rio Grande Trail, so we do anticipate a slightly different use.
Rob, did you have a question?
Well, that was my question, is the bike use on this is going to be permitted, and the lower Hunter Creek is permitted, but it's not really all that bikeable.
That's right.
Smaller bridge aspects.
Yeah.
So, and my concern with the crossing is, and I live east of Aspen Trail up at Lasse Court, and they have stop signs at those bikings, but none of those bikers stop as they're coming into town on a downgrade on a bike.
Yeah.
Walking is one thing, but bikes unfortunately tend to ignore stop signs at crosswalks when they're going downhill.
Yes.
And there's, I don't know if you could put something, a chagrin in there that turns them so that they are forced to slow down before those crosswalks, because those can be very dangerous, when both traffics don't stop.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we don't have a choice. You actually have a dramatic uphill climb to that road crossing from either direction, which you're absolutely right is a good thing, because a bicycler will have to get out of the saddle probably, even to pedal up that last little bit to get to that road crossing. So that in itself is going to be a deterrent from zooming across that road.
And making sure that there's staging area for them to stop and look.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And so on this side, we actually the trail has to come up at an angle. We have a retaining wall here, and the trail will get wider in both locations there. So that's a very good point.
Jack?
Yeah, I'm very much concerned about this crossing. I frequently go through this potential crossing to manage homes on the other side, and for me, the issue of road speed, not number of cars, but speed is a huge one. And I would like us to definitely, I know it's well thought out, but think of maybe raising that more than that 2 inches. And I don't really know about the hump over there by just before you get around the bridge going on Red Mountain. That really slows people down. So I don't know if you need something that high, but the higher the better, because it only takes one person to zip through there thinking, oh yeah, I've cruised through here before and I don't have to slow down, whatever their reasons are. And one person gets hurt or worse, and all the good that this trail might accomplish is neutralized. So I would suggest we really think long and hard about what this mitigation device is about. And it seems like it's reasonable. I just worry about 2 inches.
Yeah. We're also working with the fire department has weighed in, or is in the process of weighing in. They have concerns about larger speed tables as well, so we're trying to work with them to meet their needs as well.
I mean, for the trucks going over?
Mm-hmm. Like county engineer wants to comment on that.
That's actually a great comment, Jack. And the first time that we met about that, I think that's a big part of what our conversation was, is where do you get to the point where you have the traffic calming that you desire versus, how obnoxious some of the devices can get with their size and that. We do have a lot of bicycle traffic coming down this hill as well. That was a concern for us, and it's an area where if there's a trail going to go in, we do need some sort of traffic calming. So that's definitely what our conversations have revolved around, is finding that balance.
Michael, another question, please. About the bridge, there currently is a bridge. Is there any useful life left in that bridge where we might phase the bridge?
No, there is no existing bridge at the Longhouse.
I thought there was an old bridge there. Maybe not.
There's
good.
Our renderings are very persuasive.
Yeah, well, that's good too. But yeah, for some reason I thought years ago, I used to be in Aspen, that there was some kind of a bridge or something. So apparently not. So neutral on the question.
Interesting enough, there was no height across the alignment, and that someone built a little bridge on top of it. So I remember that. It's been years and years since.
Yeah. No, it's years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a bridge on that pipe.
Bridge on the pipe. Good. Thanks.
Just two comments. One is really a question to staff. Given everyone's knowledge of the speed that cars travel downhill in that area and the tendency of downhill bicycle riders, even if there is this little upslope, to not stop and hit the button and turn on the flashing lights. Is there technology that would tell a motorist that there is a child, a pedestrian, or a bike within 10 feet of that road crossing? That's the question I'm wondering. That's just sensor activated. That's the first question. I have no idea what the answer is. The other comment is this has to go to P&Z, as I understand it, county P&Z, and despite the scoping and the outreach and the effort to let everybody know about this idea, the absence of people at this public meeting suggests to me that there may be a notice given to adjacent property owners and the like for the P&Z hearing, and that there may be a different turnout from immediately adjacent landowners with flashing lights and all of the rest. And I'm curious if there should be an intermediate step of meeting with the adjacent landowners. It's a process question.
I was going to say, yeah. We did send out a mailing back in late February. We had a meeting in early March, a public meeting. That notice was sent out to over 400 neighbors. The county has a regulation that we mail to within a 300-foot radius of the project, and we actually expanded quite a ways beyond that to make sure that we really tried to reach out to everyone that was affected in this area. We did have very light turnout at that meeting. We only had 3 individuals attend, but we did that mailing at that time. We ran ads in the newspaper at that time. And then with the most recent P&Z review, the second mailing went out on Friday to that exact same list of 408 property owners around the area, alerting them to that meeting on July 17th. And then we are also going to be posting public signs at this crossing, as well as by the Hunter Longhouse, notifying the public about this P&Z meeting. So we really have tried to do that. You bet.
Yes,
And I'm sorry, and to answer your question, Tim, about motion detector sensors, there probably is something out there that might work in that scenario. One of my concerns would be, and maybe I'm a little bit wary of technology, but people getting too comfortable with that and just assuming that, those lights are going to be working, and that would be a concern of mine. I don't know.
George? Yeah, in terms of process, this is going to P&Z, and then does that mean that P&Z then makes recommendations and comes back to the BOCC? Final approval?
No, because it's a location and extent review. The P&Z is looking at compliance with the master plan for the area, and this master plan would be the AACP. And so they would be looking at, does this trail comply with that master plan, and make a ruling based on that? And so, no, it does not come back to the Board of County Commissioners for, a final ratification. And so, that's one of the big reasons why we're here today, to see concerns. We have some time before we go to the P&Z, is if there's concerns, modifications, or anything that you guys feel, that we have time to take care of that.
Knowing that we have some time, I'm wondering whether we could put this back on a work session because we're running out of time today. What else do we have to do?
If I could just add on to, and I think that's a good idea, George. The only issue, Gary's exactly right on the land use piece and how that decision works. This is county right-of-way, so as property owners, you would have to approve any improvements to it.
Just right. My last comment would be, if you can't protect the safety here, I would have something that requires a dismount gate that they have to dismount to go through there. I mean, cars are not going to stop coming down that hill, and if a bike doesn't stop, I've hit a deer before, and it would be the same thing. Death at that spot. So a gate where a biker has to dismount to get through, to manipulate through the gate or something. I would not rule that out as an option at this point.
So, Board, we are scheduled to go to the Sister Cities room to call a special meeting for an executive session for open space and trails. We're scheduled at 11:45. We're approximately 10 minutes past that. Do we want to do that, or do we want to continue with this particular item? So we will continue this item at a future work session. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Stephen, for being here. And I think now we will go over to the Sister Cities district. Well, I'm announcing that we are going to call a special meeting over at the Sister Cities. Just a second. Grassroots, are we on? Thank you. This is a work session, a joint session between the BOCC and the Open Space and Trails. We've just adjourned a executive session, and we're now back in open session at approximately 1:15. And Howie, why don't you take it from there?
I'd like to call, as part of the joint session, call the board together, Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board, for a regular session. I would call the meeting of the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board regular session today on June 19th at 1:12 for the purposes of making a recommendation for the letter to be co-signed with Pickens County Board of County Commissioners with respect to the BLM commentary period ending June 20th. At this time, specifically referring to the Two-Shoe Shooty Ranch land exchange.
You entertain a motion?
I'd entertain a motion to that extent.
On behalf of the Open Space Trails Board, I move that we adopt the joint letter to be co-signed and authorize you as the chair to sign on behalf of Open Space and Trail the letter as approved momentarily in executive session. His hand up.
Do I have a second?
John?
Discussion?
Just as a point of order, not being approved in executive session, that's not why we're here now to discuss a potential letter that was discussed in executive session and is still hold consideration. So I think that it would be a better protocol if Dale would go through the contents of this proposed letter, and then the respective boards entertain motions, have comment, and call for it.
John, let me ask you, we're in a work session. Can we make a motion?
The board can authorize the chair to sign the law on this comment letter.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Consistent with the motion that Tim has made, I want to describe the points that are discussed in the letter that we're proposing that the Open Space Board and the County Commissioners would approve. Of course, this letter is being submitted to the Bureau of Land Management as a comment on the proposed, what they call the Shooty Ranch land exchange. And the points that Pickens County specifically wishes to raise are numbered 15 points. The first is that we are requesting that the comment period itself be extended to allow the public to learn more about the properties in the proposal. And we also note that the email address that has been circulated by the Bureau of Land Management for the public to utilize in making their comments apparently had some sort of technical problem, and many of the attempts by members of the public to submit comments have bounced. And for that reason as well, we suggest that maybe this comment period should start over so that the full period has an email system that's functioning. Secondly, we request that action on this be deferred until the final adoption of the resource management plan that has been pending with the BLM. We are aware that the BLM in general is postponing decisions until their overarching plan is done, and we think it's appropriate that action on this item await that final adoption of that plan as well. Third, we request that more information be provided to the public concerning the inventory of resource values on the lands proposed for conveyance, specifically including the habitat resource and inventory, the grazing resource and history, the hunting quality, as well as the hunting history, existing trails, both internal to the property and also those trails that are connecting onto other public lands, mineral rights, and water rights. The letter would also include requests that reasonable alternatives be analyzed, including consultation with the National Forest regarding the possibility of administration of the lands in Pitkin County by the National Forest where those things are contiguous. Fifth, the alternatives should also include other potential ways of acquiring the lands that would be acquired under the land exchange, and the alternatives for protection and management of the resources on those lands that would otherwise be acquired in this exchange. We would like the BLM to consider the projected need for public land for hunting and other forms of recreation in the future based on projections by the Department of Local Affairs regarding anticipated increases in population. Next point, we would like the evaluation of the comparative strength of grazing management that's currently being done by the BLM that includes limits on livestock as well as a requirement that the forage be measured annually prior to any grazing at all, and to compare the strength of the existing regulatory system that's in place vis-a-vis what would happen under this exchange, where the oversight of that resource would be pursuant to a conservation easement. Next point, we would like the BLM to consider the reservation of public rights in this property that's proposed for the transfer. We note there are BLM regulations that suggest that where the reservation of public rights is in furtherance of the public interest, that those things should be included. Specifically, in this case, that would be continued access for hunters and other recreation on the property, as well as continued public lotteries for the grazing resource that's there. Next point, we request that the appraisals fully consider the multiple appraisal techniques for looking at valuation, including but not limited to assemblage value as acknowledged in the Federal Yellow Book. Next point, that the appraisals be available for public inspection prior to the final approval of the exchange. Next point, that if it's determined that it's in the overriding public interest that the lands currently administered by the BLM be conveyed, that they be made available for potential purchase by other public agencies pursuant to the Recreational and Public Purposes Act. Next point, we request that the benefits of land exchanges be measured locally so that the benefit to the residents of Pitkin County are not depleted in furtherance of objectives to serve the public outside of our county. Next point, the exchange should note that under the Pitkin County Land Use Code, the county does not recognize development rights on lands that are being conveyed out of public ownership. Next point, this is a little bit repetitious, but to consider alternative actions for preserving the properties in the exchange. Next point, identify problems with maintaining public ownership of the BLM parcel that would not be present if for public ownership of the Shooty Ranch. Next point, and I'm mistaken, there's more than 15, and we're adding. We would like surveys of the BLM properties, the existence of which has been acknowledged previously, to be made available for public inspection. We would like any analysis of water rights, including, but not limited to, some analysis we understand has been done regarding the possible conveyance of water rights for stream flow purposes on Cattle Creek. Next point, we are aware that under the 1916 Grazing Act that some of these BLM parcels that connect on one side to the National Forest were deliberately left there to provide for public stock drives onto the National Forest, and we would like an acknowledgement of whether or not either the Lady Bell parcel in Eagle County or the parcel in Pitkin County has history with the public use for a stock drive. Next point, we would like the analysis to be provided under the rubric of an environmental impact statement rather than simply an environmental assessment. And finally, we want to request that all of the work that's being procured by the exchange proponent is made available for independent review for the adequacy of the conclusions prior to action by the BLM.
Is that it, Dale?
Yes.
Michael, since Dale's given us a summary of what the major contents of the letter are, I would return to the motion that Tim Flynn has put forth.
And that's just a motion to authorize you as the chair. And this letter is ready for both chairs to sign on behalf of Open Space and Trails.
All in favor from the...
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, Rachel?
Just a small wording question and how you explain that. But on the appraisals, you said that the appraisal should be available for review before the exchange is approved. And isn't it more appropriate, and it may have just been your shorthand, to say the appraisal shall be available to the public to review before any record of decision is reached? You know, because you use the term before the exchange is approved, and it should be more before a rod comes out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, would you accept a motion?
Yes.
I would make a motion, the Board of County Commissioners, in a work session format, just to authorize the chair to enter into, to sign this letter jointly with the Open Space and Trails Board Chair.
Is there a second?
Second?
Process question?
Yes.
I thought we could just direct the chair to take an action. We're not in a special meeting right now, I believe. We're in work session, so we don't make motions. Is that correct, John?
You can make a motion.
Oh, you can? Excellent. Thanks for that clarification.
Any further discussion? Yes, Rob?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment for the record and the press that's here. This letter is about comments to the proposed exchange. This is by no ways a endorsement or in opposition to the exchange. This is regarding comments to keep ourselves in the game of being part of discussing this exchange and getting more information. So this is not a letter saying that we are for it, and this is not a letter saying that we are against it.
Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll state that I do not support
How we give him your mic?
letter.
Oh, excuse me.
I do not support sending this letter. There are elements that are reasonable, like asking to make sure in an EA, for example, that it does consider a baseline survey of everything. You know, that's reasonable. But items such as assemblage value and appraisals and requesting that the BLM resource management plan for this district is delayed until the exchange is done are not applicable, and I can't support this letter. I would have modified or deleted 12 out of the 16 points.
Any further comments? George?
I'll just say that I think an appraisal of this land is really a critical component to ensure that the public it's a true public benefit for all the citizens, and without an adequate an ability to look at different appraisals, you can't weigh the public benefit at all. So I think that's a critical component of this.
So all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
There we go.
So we will have a joint letter signed by the heads of both board, county commissioners, and the county as the trails board.
Can I? We'll get that letter in about 15 minutes.
Yes. Tim?
Can I ask that our board move to adjourn at this time to allow your board to continue your meeting?
Do I have a motion? And second?
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Open Space Trails.
Thank you, Open Space and Trails.
Thank you for all your hard work,
That was
everyone.
good.
Vive la France!
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies.
Connie, where did your colleague go?
I can't believe they couldn't find another couple big issues to put on today's agenda.
The budget update's going to be fairly subdued.
It is. Desire to give this back. There you go.
John, this is going to be our budget update.
You know, we'd like to request the switch because we have members here. We do the FAB economic assumptions first, and then we'll do the budget after.
Is that okay with the board? Thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much. John, are you going to lead off the discussion about the economic assumptions?
Yes, I am. John Redmond, Finance Director for Pickens County. Today I'm joined with Tom Oken, Johnny Feldman, an FAB member, Lisa Baker, an FAB member, and Lex Rumians, also an FAB member. The FAB meets twice a year now to discuss the economic projections for the preparation of next year's budget. Believe it or not, we're starting next year's budget. So this will be the first of our budget discussions. So we meet, we have discussions about some of the economic issues, and we'll meet again probably in late August or early September to kind of look at the numbers again to see if there's been any changes, and we will come back to the board again in September, I believe September 11th, to discuss these matters. We look at the basis for property tax increases, for sales tax, for investment income, and for community development revenue. I think the first couple items on our sheet are really CPI. The two items are Denver Boulder CPI and the U.S. CPI. And we use those as a basis for the increase in property tax, along with, there's a slight addition to that, which is based on the growth, and that kind of maximizes what we can do in terms of our increase to property taxes. For this next year, our numbers in our recent discussions have led us to, on this sheet, it really comes down to item 3, which says property tax, which is a combination of new construction and this inflation number, which is the lower of item 1 or 2, and it's staggered a year. So when we look at this chart, we'll look at the 2012 CPI number, and you'll bring that into the 2013 projection. So for 2013, we're at 2.6 increase, and then it goes out to 2017 up to 3.8%. Any questions about this particular item?
A question on the property tax. As the assessor do you look at the assessor's evaluations and, for example, for this past year, where we're seeing more activity in the market due to foreclosures and short sales, which will then lower what the current assessed value would probably lower that assessed value as they go forward. So do you take that into account, or how do you account for that?
Historically, Tom, can you comment on that?
Yeah, the actual value, the valuation based on market values, doesn't affect what we can generate for the general fund here in property tax. The property tax limits for us to increase property tax revenue from year to year is limited by the state constitution. And that limit is we can increase property tax by the rate of inflation in the prior year, plus actual new construction or additions to the entire property tax base. So the relative level of valuation of the entire property tax base doesn't come into play. So like last year, for this year's property tax, we saw a 25% decrease in assessed valuation across the county. And that didn't mean that property tax for us dropped by 25%. Instead, actually, we were able to increase the amount of property tax revenue by about 3% as a combination of inflation plus new construction. What has declined significantly in the last few years is the new construction component, because there hasn't been much construction. And so the valuation that we'll use for next year's property tax is property that was constructed and in use as of January 1 of this year. So there's also kind of a one-year lag in the new construction figure. So, yeah, the real level of valuation, market valuation, doesn't determine what our property tax revenue is.
I think in the long term, because the valuation is going to be redone here at the end of this month, correct? Those will be comps in the new number, but that number comes out in several years. So it's not one that happens immediately. And I think as we see the assessor's new valuation, we'll look at that in the context of things. The other item is that, as you recall, we've been limited through Tabor to a certain amount of increase, wherein the property value is actually increased at a greater rate. So I believe that there's still we'd have to see another 30% drop in valuations before we even hit against what our legal ceiling is to charge. So it's kind of a moving target. Any other questions? Okay. Investment earnings. At this point, as we'll talk in the budget session soon, our investment earnings have gone from over $1 million down considerably, as in the 80 to 90% range over the last 3 years. And the rates continue to drop, and they drop for several reasons. We've switched banks, which has given us a lower rate, and many of the 3-year money that we've put into play is coming off, and the rates that we're able to get are much lower. So overall for this year, we're looking at 0.5% on average. And in the next year, we're looking at 0.6 and at 0.9. As I say, we've gone from this lowered amount being under 1% of our total revenue to, for this year, it's going to be under 0.5% of our total revenue. So the materiality of that total revenue is not a huge thing. It's just that the rates keep dropping lower and lower. Any questions about that?
Yes, Rob.
It's a question that I had. I marked it down mostly in the budget conversation, but I'm just curious what our process is for putting out RFPs and how we're constrained with moving around, because it seems to me that I know we're locked in for some of these for multiple years, but it seems to me that these are below bank offerings that are out there, significantly below bank offerings that are out there. So are we doing what we can to maximize our request for proposals and move our money to where it's better suited, given the fact that we keep a pretty large balance in a bank somewhere?
Correct.
Given all our funds.
Actually, we just rebid our primary banking relationship at the end of last year, and we had been with Alpine Bank for a very long time, and they had offered us a very favorable variable interest rate on our deposits, and that rate was the 91-day U.S. Treasury bill rate plus 0.5% adjusted weekly with the U.S. Treasury bill auctions. And so in our rebid, they told us up front they could no longer pay anywhere near that rate. And that's, I mean, what most banks are paying is what you're seeing on your checking account or even savings account. They're paying typically less than 0.1% currently. And so we went out to bid to all the local banks, and our best bid was from Vector Bank, which offered to pay us essentially what's called the federal funds rate, the maximum federal funds rate, which is currently in a range from 0 to 0.25%, and so they're paying us 0.25%, which is pretty favorable, actually, in this market. So that's for our primary bank account, but in addition, we invest in money market mutual funds, and there's kind of the equivalent of that for local governments called local government investment pools. All of those that we invest in currently are paying about 0.2%. There's one that's closer to 0.3%. So they're about equivalent to what we're earning in the bank. Beyond that, we invest in U.S. agency instruments and in bank CDs for a longer term. Although most of our cash needs are short, we do invest out as far as 3 years. And there, on the bank CDs are paying much more than U.S. agencies, which are pretty low right now. But From the banks, we're seeing about 0.5% at a one-year CD to 1.1% was our top bid for a 3-year CD. And problem there is that not that we're limited to banks in Colorado that we can invest with that are approved by the state banking commissioner. And there aren't that many banks in the state right now that are actually interested in taking public money. And the reason for that is that for every dollar of government, local government funds, or even the state's funds that are invested in a bank, they have to put up and hold in trust at another bank securities that are worth at least 102% of that deposit. So $100.02 for every dollar of deposits. And those instruments that they have to pledge are limited to U.S. Treasuries and U.S. agencies that are yielding very low amounts. And so they only carry so many of those securities anyway. And if they were to have to purchase a security at a lower rate that they're going to offer us on a deposit, that's a money loser for them. So we're actually limited right now in the amount that we can place with banks at those higher rates, and we don't have any better alternative. So that's kind of the state of investing public funds at the moment is pretty challenging.
Yes, Jack. Yeah, and I can understand that, about the difficulty in actually having any reasonable amount of revenue and consolidate all this. But looking at our projections, and I would agree because of long-term versus what, where we're at in a short-term position with the 0.5% and some growth in future years, but I do not understand how just in 3 years we get to 2% and then the following year 3% and the following year 3.6%. Isn't that based significantly on inflation and how that affects the economy, the growth of the economy, the inflation of the economy?
To some extent, yes. It's based more on the forecast for the national economic health going forward. And, the Federal Reserve has announced that they're going to keep interest rates very low for the foreseeable future, the next couple of years, actually. But after that, it's expected that if the economy has in fact improved significantly by then, which is still the hopeful forecast, although it seems to keep being pushed out another year until we're really going to see some substantial growth. That once the Fed quits trying to manage short-term interest rates at a very low level, that they basically take the lid off and then they will jump back to more normal market conditions. And so returning to 2 or 3% short-term rates is the general expectation out there. And so that's what we're kind of following. But as you'll note, we've, our projection last September was for that increase to start in 2014. And we've now pushed it out to 2015, another year, just because the national economy has not recovered the way people were expecting.
I can understand that, and that's all logical. Don't we wish the economy would actually pick up so we could face these challenges and inflation and all of that? And what you said about the Fed's depression, holding the line, as it were. But I still think it's important for us to, and we always do, so I'm being redundant in the use of my language here, but do the best job we can, even projecting for the 5-year plan, because per 1%, it means $275,000 to the budget, as articulated in the memo. And on the out years is oftentimes where we have problems. We can face the year because there's more certainty for the next year in doing the budget, and then the out years. But I don't want to, terminology is important here, I don't want to misrepresent, mislead ourselves to thinking, well, gee, if we had a little bit better income per 1% is 275, that amounts to $825,000 as part of our budget for 3% in the out years. So we just need to be careful whether we're doing our projections for this coming year, which I agree with, a little bit of depression, further depression, because we know what that reality is. But the out years, we need to take a look too, and thus I would suggest it goes down, but I'm just not confident that there's going to be the factors that you've explained in picking up the economy.
Well, so
For the
far
gross national product.
you've been consistent in that approach, and you've been correct so far, whereas the economists have been wrong. So our projections continue to incorporate what the economists are thinking, but obviously, if you can sway the rest of the board, we'll put whatever you want in there.
Yeah, I think it becomes more about the materiality of it. I think that historically, we have been overly optimistic about interest rates, Jack, and you have been correct in your projection. But we've been very conservative on the sales tax side, and every point that we missed that by is $60,000. So I think that there's obviously pluses and minuses out there, but the out year impact to me isn't that great. And that's not to say that we won't be back here next year.
Yeah, well, I
telling the same
appreciate
story.
both Tom's somewhat compliment as where maybe I was right a little bit. In your reality, definitely I was wrong, and I'm glad to be wrong on sales tax. So it's up to the board where we go.
Okay.
John, did you?
I'm okay.
Well, board, how do you feel about that? Do you want to revise these figures per Jack figures, or is it? Yes, Rachel.
I'm okay accepting these figures and working with them. There always is a little give and take in any one of these. You start reading about the types of rates that some foreign countries are now having to borrow money at, and maybe the economists' predictions are starting to become a little more real. Certainly, I think we all would like to hope that in some ways rates become higher at some point because of what it does for everyone's retirement in our community and people living on a fixed income. So, it's a little crystal balling, but I think this is a reasoned path, and knowing that we are continually doing both forecasts and reality checks of what's come to pass on both of these levels, I'm okay with these today.
So, Jack, I don't think we're going to change the figures, but we are going to take them with a grain of salt. So.
And acknowledge your previous cautions were correct.
Yes.
Okay, where are we? At Pickens County sales tax?
Sales tax, yes. Last year, we finished the year 7.5% above the previous year. This year to date, we're 4.5% above where we were last year, and we're 5.9% above our budget year to date. So we're looking good on sales tax this year. That said, I think in our projections for the year, we're looking at, from a budgetary standpoint, we're projecting to be 4% over budget. But for the purpose of this projection, we've taken a 2.5% increase every year for the next 5 years. And as you can see, at least for some of the out years, that's a point or a half a point less than we were last September. So we're trying to be as conservative as we can be without leaving too much money on the table.
And I think what's changed since last September, when you made the forecast that was like 2% for this year, then 2.5% the following year, rising out to 3.5% per year increases after that, was kind of more mimicking what maybe we thought was going to happen with the national economy, very slow recovery initially, but then picking up. But what we've seen with 7.5% increase last year in the local economy as measured by sales tax, and the year prior was 6.4%. Those two are coming off of the 17% decrease we saw in 2008. That kind of the increase that we saw in the future, I think we've actually already gained. So rather than starting slow and increasing, we've started a faster recovery than the national economy. But because of that, it's unlikely that we're going to, continue to increase. So that's kind of why we brought it back down to just a stable 2.5% going forward.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, I think I made that comment when we were in here last, that I think when we see the big percentage increases in the earlier year, it's hard to get a big percentage increase off of that percentage.
Right.
Because you've already had your gains and you're back to a slightly more stable area. I do have a question, though. I kind of want to understand the compounding that's going on here and how we work with these numbers and with our budgeting numbers, these forecasting numbers and our budgeting numbers. For instance, last year we were projected to be flat, if I'm correct. In 2011, we were projected to be flat, and we ended up being 7.5% above in sales tax collections or revenue. When we did our budget, that number wasn't in yet. So the budget that we put for this year of being up 2.5%, is that being up 2.5% of being flat last year, or is that being up 2.5% of being up 7.5%?
Well, I think it was up 2 points off of
previous
years.
Up,
it was up 2 points over the previous year's actual.
Yeah.
So there is so we're starting even though we're saying that we're going to start we're going to be up 2% for this year.
Yeah.
Realistically, if we finished flat this year, we'd still make our budget.
Off the actual for 2011.
Yeah.
And taking that number going forward, again, I would almost make more of an argument that I think you're almost being a little optimistic here, in the sense that if we're up 4.5%, and let's say that number holds, that potentially might say, well, we've already seen our gain for next year, and it's going to be harder to be up 2.5% off of being up 4.5%.
Okay.
The more we're up this year, the harder it is to have percentage gains next year, is basically what I'm saying. And I think you've made an adjustment with that in mind in the out years of 2015 and 2016. But you didn't change the 2013 number, even though we're almost doubling our projection for this year.
Microphone.
The amount that we'll budget will be based off of a projection. So at the moment, we're up 4.5% against prior year, but right at the moment, our projection for 2012 is only 2.5%. And so when we do our 2013 budget, we will project that we will come in 2.5% higher this year in 12, add 2.5% off of that basis for the 2013 budget.
So I guess that's my question, gets back to the first question, which was, our budget for this year then would have been done off of our projection in September from 2011.
That's correct.
What was our projection at the time that we set the budget for 2011, and did we exceed that projection?
Yes, we exceeded the projection. I don't have all of the numbers with me right here because it gets pretty complicated between actual projection and budget. But that's why right at the moment through April, we're 4.5% ahead of prior year through April. But against budget, we're up 5.9%. So that's where you get the difference. So we are budgeting not off of where we are on actuals, but our projection.
And I think last September, we projected that we'd be 4.5% up last year, and we actually came in 7.5%. It was something in that range. But we weren't projecting flat for last year by September because we knew we were up substantially by then.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Rachel, do you have a question?
I didn't have a question. I was wondering if they want us to weigh in at this time.
Yes,
on that
please.
element. I'll support the projections you have. I think Rob's questions are good and add further to our baseline understanding of this. I just comment that considering the kind of thinness of the snow in the state of Colorado and how the word was out, I think we did better than most other areas for snow, but it still really indicated a strong economy when that broader word was out about no ski areas having snow anywhere in the whole country for the most part. So I think it's a good sign of our resilience.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay. Community development fees. We're seeing a lot of activity on both planning and building side. We're still taking a very conservative approach. We're kind of let's really see the numbers because of the seasonality of the numbers, even within a year. I think the general feeling is that you're going to get a lot of activity in the first 6 months of the year, and then it slows down. But that is not always necessarily the case. So at this point, we're taking an approach similar to prior years, but we have seen a little bit of a pop this year that we're hoping to see more than we're actually projecting in the budget update. So we feel it's a conservative number based on the activity that we're seeing.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, because the one change that you made here is for the current year that we're in. Although, since we reversed these two agenda items in your agenda item summary for your budget update for the first, was it 4 months of 2012, we are showing a 3% increase in community development. So why the need? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this the other way. You went from a 0% increase to adding the 3%.
Correct.
Take that all back.
Right, and we
Flip
believe
those two numbers in my
and
mind.
we believe that there's a good possibility that could go up by 10% this year.
Yeah.
So we're taking a conservative approach.
Okay.
Any thoughts on that? Good. Any questions of the FOB?
Thanks. Thanks for your help.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for taking the time in the middle of the day. Sure.
Yeah, about 4. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We'll be back for the airport.
Okay.
Okay, now we're at the budget update.
Budget update, we're talking about general fund budget. For the public, the general fund includes public safety, clerks, public works, ComDev, seniors, human services. What it does not include is the airport, nor the landfill, nor open space, or the translator. Those are individual funds which have their own sources of revenue. So the general fund is what we like to think of as core services. In total, there's about $28 million in this budget. Historically, in the last couple of years, it's been more in the $23 million range. The reason for the increase this year is, in total, I think we have $5.1 million in roads spending. So I think the accelerated roads program that you've approved has caused a substantial increase in the total budget. And that's the reason for that change. Today, we're going to talk about the revenues, the expenditures, and we're also going to talk about the fund balance and try and get a better understanding about what's contingency, what's capital fund, what is kind of unrestricted, and try and make some decisions or at least have a conversation about where that's at. Within the revenues itself, the two biggest pieces are property tax and sales tax. They each run in total around 28% of the total revenues for the general fund. Property tax, as we've just talked about, is not historically a really volatile item. It's reasonably easy to predict. I think in our projection here today, we've got a lowering of it by about $20,000 in the event of some unusual abatements, just to be conservative. Otherwise, it runs pretty much steady where we think it's going to go. Sales tax obviously can be more volatile. In 2009, it dropped by 17%, which was nearly double the largest drop ever in the county's history. This year, it seems to be going well. As I said before, we're 4.5% above where we were last year at this time, and we're 5.9% above what our actual budget is. And for the purpose of this projection, I think we're in here at 2.5%. So we're showing a 2.5% increase this year. So it's, again, a modest projection at this point. Given that we had a bad snow year and we are where we are, I think we could actually do even better as we get into the summer, because summer appears to be, booking-wise, it appears that people are coming and the weather's a bit favorable, even in June. So sales tax in and of itself continues to be up. Community development fees, as I said, we're seeing a lot more activity. We're showing a conservative $45,000 increase to the total this year. We believe that could actually be much higher by the end of the year, but we're not particularly willing to go there yet. And the one real big adjustment that we've made to this revenue-wise is interest income, which we've decreased by $53,000 down to $134,000, which, again, represents less than, unfortunately, 1/2 of our total revenue. It's becoming almost a non-item. So that's revenues.
Can I ask a question
Yes,
on
go ahead.
revenues? Again, back to property tax. Here you show that you're showing a reduction of about $20,000 due to abatements. With the new legislation regarding ag exemptions that took place just this January, and won't that offset perhaps that $20,000 in terms of increased property taxes based on those ag exemptions
I don't know
going
what
away?
the total dollars. I mean,
Have
I
you
have
looked
to
at
talk
that?
to Tommy to find out what where he thinks that's going to come in,
I mean,
and timing on it also.
Had you considered that at
No,
all?
No.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see what Tommy says on that, because I know he has, I think he sent out over 80 to property owners, and I know they've got maybe about 30, 35 who are questioning that, but there's still a substantial, about at least 50% who are not going to at least argue or fight it at this point.
And I believe the timing of that wouldn't hit us in the 2012 budget anyway with the reassessment of values. That would come in future.
The next 2013.
Yeah. And I think you're correct, George. I had a brief discussion with Tommy, and he didn't have definite numbers on what that would mean when I spoke with him, but I think he was thinking in the range of, might be equal to $20,000, $30,000 in revenue to the county. But again, that wasn't based on any final numbers. And I think we've got, Tom, do you know, I think the reassess would be for next year's collections, but we'll confirm that.
Yeah.
Any other revenue questions? Okay, Connie?
Do you want to talk about bottom line?
Let's go through the expenditures and the cap fund.
On page 6 in your packet is the projected expenditures for 2012. It shows some ins and outs as we're looking through and talking with department heads about where they think their budgets will come in on the expenditure side this year. We do have about $178,000 in labor savings projected through the end of the year. Most of that is due to vacancies here and there in different departments. Sometimes it's due to some health insurance savings if someone has elected a plan that is less expensive to the county. So we do end up with some savings in labor. On the general expenditures, we are projecting about $86,000 of savings currently. Part of this is due to savings in human services. Fortunately, they have had no legal cases this year, either with child welfare or adult protection. And our budget for that was $35,000. So we are seeing savings. Do you have any questions in particular on the expenditure sheet?
Jack?
So, am I to assume what we have either under savings or in overage is the state of where revenue streams and expenditures are now, and what we expect, particular expenditures, we expect some additional expenses, for example, an attorney and the clerk's office is what you show here. And so those section leaders or elected officials have, working with you in the budget, determined where that's at.
Right. Each department head has gone through and tried to make a projection where they think they'll be at the end of the year.
Oh, these are rather optimistic, except for Public Works, clerk, and attorney, so it's pretty amazing. Efficiency, or?
On the general expenses or the labor? There are so many different circumstances in each department. On the labor, most of it is just vacancies. If a position has been open for 4 months before it gets filled, then of course there are savings.
And we continue to evaluate positions as they come up. I'm sorry, Jack, we continue to evaluate positions and such as they come up. And we would expect that we're going to spend a little bit closer because we're trying to, again, invest in our employees and training, and a lot of those budgets that we held back on and had temporary savings on, we are encouraging departments to go ahead and invest in employees and such again. So you're not going to see as much tightening as we have the past few years there, but we're still doing very well.
Yeah, but that's measured as to budget.
That's correct.
So we budgeted extra training money, et cetera, which is real positive. These, I guess, just it's good to remind someone like myself that a lot of this is staff positions where we have some delay in hiring or a reorganization or whatever. So, thank you.
The next page in your packet is the page with the bar chart. This page attempts to show you the effect on fund balance of the 2012 budget and our projections. If you look at the numbers up at the top in the first column, it shows the fund balance at the very beginning of 2012, and that fund balance is reflected in the first bar of the chart down below, showing our $4 million in contingency, about $1.4 million in restricted areas, $9.6 million in unrestricted general fund operations balance, and about $8 million in our capital fund. The approved budget, including the supplementals, the changes to the roads program this year, shows us using a total of $4.6 million, most of that, of course, in the capital fund. There is very little budgetary change in the operations segment. Our projections then come into play. We're projecting a little bit more revenue, a slight change in the expenditures. And so down in the bars below, the second bar shows the effect of the budget on our fund balances. And then the third bar shows the effect of our projections, where we think we'll end up the year on fund balances. So we think we'll end up with $18.7 million in general fund balances, with the contingency staying stable, restricted funds also. General fund operations is stable, and the big change is in the capital fund, where rightly we are spending down those monies on the roads and facilities projects. Any questions on this page?
I would just add that even with the changes in spending down fund balance on the capital projects, this is a very healthy fund balance for the county to be maintaining on the operating contingency and even on the capital side. So we're still in very, very healthy financial condition with this.
George? Does this include the housing fund?
No, it does not.
It does not.
We pulled housing. Housing used to be split between the general fund, and then there was, I believe it was the payment in lieu that was kept separate. We've since combined those into a housing fund outside of the general fund, so it'll be accounted for in the special revenue funds.
Yes, Rachel.
You know, the one thing this really can't account for is the value of the bargains we've been able to make with the roads through the work that some of the contractors are already doing with CDOT, so they're already mobilized in the valley, gave us a great opportunity. I think Rob was the first one who suggested, you know, if we're getting such a great deal, let's do more now. I think it's long-term wear and tear, and the stability of the roads is not going to be, quote, reflected in this balance. But I really want to thank Brian Pettit and G.R. Fielding for their additional work to have us in a position to roll with this opportunity now. And I think, you know, I'm comfortable with it. When we get into the summer budget, fall budget season, we'll see what this means for us in the 10-year cycle. But we have approved each of these as they've come forward, and glad to see it being executed so well.
In future discussions on the fund balance, hopefully involving also our financial advisory board, will be to look at these different segments of the fund balance and decide, you know, how much is a healthy amount to have in just unrestricted fund balance. Should we minimize that? Should we increase? And so those are discussions that would be coming up in future budget meetings.
You know, and just really briefly, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think it's a little early to even ask for such information, but at some point I'd love to have some idea what counties like Larimer County have had to expend given their wildfires that they've had this summer, to just give us some idea what some of those real more catastrophic events can do to a county's budget.
And I've been actually had discussions with some of the fire chiefs to get some ideas about what that maximum risk is. So this, we probably don't want to get into that level of detail now, but we are paying attention to that. Yeah.
Yes, George.
I have a question going back on the general fund operations revenues, which is on page 4. And my question is, you've got an approved budget and sort of a one-year potential downside of risk, and the payment in lieu of taxes you've got a potential of 46% revenue at risk. And why is that?
Congress.
Yeah, Congress, I think
Yeah, but I thought Congress just recently approved the continuation of the PIL program.
George, they did, but they still have to appropriate it annually, and I think our general concern is that at some point, there's going to be some discussion about deficit reduction, and payment in lieu of taxes is always really popular to say it's being extended for a long time, and it's also been popular to cut back at various times. And so we think it's elastic from that point of view. We just don't know. It may not be, but I think historically that pot has either increased or decreased significantly as Congress has had to make changes in appropriations. So they have a plan, but they still need to appropriate it.
And that doesn't have any future changes in the percentages that the county would keep versus what goes to the school districts?
Well, it's more from a USFS, there's, I think, a 2-year lag on how that distribution of the costs from the USFS money goes to the schools. As that increased, we may see some increases in the out years. I think what we should do is come back to you with a little bit more depth in the description of how that's going to play out over the years. But I think in our 1-year potential downside risk, we really tried to lay up some kind of worst-case scenarios, and that was the number which came up when we did this. Certainly something we can review again.
Yes, Rich.
Yeah, thanks, George, for pointing that out for all of us. It's something that the National Association of Counties has tried to get payment in lieu to literally be part of the base budget as opposed to being reauthorized and reappropriated every year, every other year. And even this year, in payment in lieu of taxes, there were at least 2 different competing proposals, but they had wildly different outcomes for the counties. And so people were able to say, hey, I support a payment in lieu tax bill, however, it's 50% less. And almost every one of them has some sort of phase out where they anticipate that this is only going to go on for another 5 years and then you're going to be on your own. And that has further sparked greater conversations about what should happen with all the public lands. Because isn't it the federal public lands that is preventing these communities from collecting private property taxes should all that land be sold? So there's just this incredible dynamic that swirls around every year. I would say it's very uncertain.
Any other questions? Bottom line. I'd like to just quickly point your attention to 2 sections on page 4 and page 5. On the bottom of each page, there is a section that says bottom line. It shows what the approved budget is for the year, and then our projections and the change to that. So in the general fund operations side, we approved a budget with a deficit of $145,000, but we're predicting that we're going to do $50,000 better than budget with a deficit of only $95,000 by the end of the year. On the capital side, there's just a slight change in the bottom line. We're expecting revenues to come in better, so we will have about $129,000 more in the capital fund than what we were originally planning.
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you for kind of pointing that out, Connie. The one thing I really had to think when I looked at this page was we're saying bottom line projected deficit, and yet it's deliberate reserve spending.
Yes, that's correct.
I think we almost need to footnote it that way for when others look at this. We didn't discover a $4 million deficit. We made a deliberate decision to spend reserves in this amount for capital projects for the county. Thanks.
Okay. Overall, we're steadily moving along.
Board, any closing questions? Thank you, John. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate it. So, John, we're way
behind.
behind schedule. What do you suggest we do?
Well, let's see if we, were we scheduled for a break here?
No.
No, at 3. Why don't we get through memos of interest? There were some open discussion items that some board members have requested, but maybe we can do those next week. I'll just run through them real quick and see if they're okay for next week. But maybe we can get caught up here by going just a little bit past 3 and taking a little shorter break. Just a little shorter break.
Maybe.
Sorry to surprise you with that. But our first memo of interest is polling questions for the library poll. We're proposing to go ahead and do a poll on a potential question to put in front of voters to fund the library expansion. I think this poll will probably look fairly similar to you. We've used Frederickson polling most recently for the Healthy Community Fund question, and you'll see that there's a fairly similar format and strategy in terms of how the questions are constructed around a very different question for the library, and we have Kathy and Tom here to run through those, I guess, or answer questions. What we're looking for today is to have an opportunity for you to see what we're proposing as poll questions, and just see if you have any revisions that you would suggest. Understanding, of course, we're using a professional pollster. We may not want to get into wordsmithing the question because that is, a pretty particular art for the pollster.
Presentation or just feedback? We already read it.
I think we could just do feedback in the interest of time, unless
Feedback, board, get feedback. Rob and then Rachel.
I just had one comment, which is on page 6, question number 7. I really feel that number D should be divided up into 2 questions. It really is 2 questions. Opponents say taxes are high enough and spending more money on the library makes no sense is one question. And the second question is opponents say that libraries are becoming obsolete as electronic books are a new era. To me, those are 2 separate opposition arguments and should be addressed separately. And we'll give you better feedback on how to address the opposition.
Chad? Rachel was next, not Chad.
Well, that makes sense to me, but I only have one comment as well, and I don't know where or how this should be worked in, but you give the feedback back to the pollster. Nowhere on this does it mention that the roof, that the Galena Street Plaza is actually the roof of the parking garage. And I don't know if it's asking people, are they aware that the plaza is the roof of the parking garage that must be replaced for the maintenance of the building or not. But there's an interrelationship there that's not either explained or asked, do you understand? And so... Are
you getting at the timing of the project,
well,
Rachel,
I'm looking
or
at page 4 where, item number B, the question is, the library will be expanded, redesigned to integrate with the planned redesign of the adjacent Galena Plaza.
Okay.
And it just, again, I don't know whether you want to add parens,
Gotcha.
which is the roof of the parking garage, or that, I don't know if there should be a question, should the library expansion occur at the same time the city redoes the roof of the garage that is leaking and destroying the building? I don't know how to get at it,
Yeah.
but there's just a lack of information and connection there that needs to be brought forward.
Yes, well, I think, I'll just comment on that. I think that is a key point, because most people don't realize that there's going to be significant remodeling no matter what. And unlike many government projects, this is a coordinated government project where you take advantage of the restructuring of or the re-roofing of the library, and at the same time install supports that are necessary for the library. So that's a rational thing, and that should be included in this.
And it might be addressed as a "Are you aware?" type of question. You know, to see how many people out there are aware of that as a driver for this project.
Jack, did you?
Yeah, for me, we have kind of two separate issues, the project and then the survey, a possible ballot question. The project, well, I sure liked it from the inside looking out. But now I see the story poles, and I've got the same problems I think that I read about in the paper about the facade and the height. So we need to, if I who supported it in one sense, now I'm having reservations, there'll be a continuing conversation, I assume, about that. So leaving that. But as far as the survey and going to the ballot, I don't support the survey, and I do not support going to the ballot. This is not 2008, but it's not much better for the working people, the under and unemployed, and whether they're small or whatever factor of your property value is, raising taxes at this time just doesn't work for me under any circumstances, similar to when I disagreed with us putting the road ballot question on the ballot. So I'm going to respectfully refrain from conversation about this.
I think this survey is a survey of our constituents to see how they feel. It's not an imposition of taxes at this time. Is that right, Kathy?
That's correct.
So given then, without knowing that, you know how Jack feels, but without knowing how our constituents feel, we really have no strategy to deal with it. So I think, I respect Jack's opinion, but I think it would be interesting to know how the public feels about it, and that's why we're conducting the survey. George, did you have a question?
No, I'm fine.
Rob?
There's another thing that comes to mind on page 6, question number 7, which is the supporters and opponents section. We might add a question in there that says opponents might say that this takes up the Galena public space, the height, something regarding the height of the building, because those concerns have been raised. And I think having that, which would now be a 4th opponents in that section, and you've got 4 supporter things in that section, would balance that out, because I think question number 8 is most important, which says, now having heard the pros and cons, are you for or against it? So having a balanced level of pros and cons helps 8 be less biased, I think. And I think it's a genuine concern out there that those story poles are high and that a public open space area is going to be diminished. Those two, I don't know if those are 2 separate questions or if you work those 2 together, but those are 2 concerns that I've heard on the street, and I'm sure the opponents are going to be saying that.
George?
Yeah, I guess I would take counterpoint on that. I think what we're trying to get at, which Michael just expressed, was just to get a sense of, is there an interest in the expansion? Is there a community sense that there's a need for the expansion of the library? And if so, would you be willing to contribute through your taxes? And I know that we want to get into the design, because that's a whole separate issue. And I'm not sure how many people are really, except for the most vocal people, are really aware of that. The issue is really the idea that this is a facility that was built in the 20th century. We're now in the 21st century. Do you feel that it's time to upgrade the design and the capacity of the library? And if so, are you willing to pay through your taxes? And I think that the design and the building aspect is not relevant to what we're trying to get at.
I disagree.
Yeah. I think what happens oftentimes with projects is that the design of a structure takes the brunt of the criticism, and the necessity for the structure is not discussed very much. And you see it at the hospital. I think there was a general consensus that we needed an updated facility with more modern equipment, better movement through the structure, more parking, all kinds of things. And now people are criticizing the structure. They still want the hospital. That's, I think, clear that people still want an improved hospital. The design phase is a later phase, and I think we need to at this level, talk about what we need for the community and what services that this library can offer to the community, not what it's going to look like. Rachel?
Yeah, I have to take a different opinion on this because I don't know what the question is, and I'm not going to try to formulate it here at the table. But we are in that phase. I mean, this is, the city council is looking at the design review to approve the plans now. And so what is approved by that city council eventually is going to become what people vote on, and what supporters and proponents or opponents all use pictures of in their literature one way or the other. And so I think asking something, along those lines, whether it's have you seen the tentative designs, and this is curious because I know just from reading the newspaper that the library board are looking at can and should they redesign this, is there a way to have a lower roof line, everything like that. So I don't want to be a garbage in, garbage out situation because you're asking people about something that has just changed. But, maybe it's a matter of asking about the concern with its appearance with the plaza or something. And I just really think we shouldn't pretend to be the experts here. We should throw it out that we've heard that this is a potential concern and let the pollster develop the appropriate question to it and not try to micromanage it. I have to think back to the red brick vote where we didn't have any polling or anything, and everyone thought they knew what the concerns were, but it wasn't really until after the election that was so close, that was only won by 3 votes, where the real concern was why is the city having to pay the school district so much money? Didn't we already pay for it once before with our property taxes? Shouldn't they have sold it to us for less? It had nothing to do with whether it should be arts groups or recreation or whatever. And so finding out what people's real concerns are is only valuable to the process.
Well, I guess it's because it's 2-2, more or less. I would just throw that out to the pollster and get his input. I mean, he's a professional. He knows what we're trying to get at ultimately, and given this information, does he think that's going to be valuable or not? Let him determine that.
And I would just add, we've spent $500,000+ on this design already. This is not do we need a better library, let's raise some money and then come up with a plan. This is, we've got a plan. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this is the design that we're going with. And, between now and November, that's not going to change much.
Well, the library board has had several sessions with the architect to try to address the concerns that have been raised about the roof, and have several options that they're going to be bringing back to the city council on Monday evening. So it's definitely not set in concrete yet. The library board's interested in knowing, what the public opinion is out there. And also, I wanted to point out that during those special meetings, the library board suggested a change to one of the questions, too, after I gave you guys the packet. And I don't know if you want to see a change on one of these. I don't know how to give you an updated thing that didn't really go in the packet. Is it appropriate?
Kathy, let's address the compromise that George threw out was to talk to the pollster himself and talk about some design aspects of the structure and whether or not we should incorporate whether that would be helpful to ask questions about design aspects of the library expansion, whether that would be helpful in gathering information. So, you agree to that? George agrees to that? I agree to that. It seems reasonable. Let's go ahead with that. Now,
Okay.
we can go back to...
Well, the library board had expressed reservations about question 7F, where it's referring to the fact that vacation homeowners will pay for part of the project, and so they didn't like that question, and they suggested a change to that, which I have. Supporters say the library is such a valuable asset that to not make the investment to expand and upgrade it from its current state will be a missed opportunity for the community, was the question they wanted to substitute for the one saying that the part of the improvements would be paid by second homeowners. So I guess what I would suggest is if this is being taped, we could probably just link that over to the pollster and could watch this discussion.
Sure.
And
Yes, Rachel.
Well, I can see adding that question, but I can't see it adding it in lieu of F. I mean, you know, they're asking two different things. You know, they're just trying to ask for a general, do you like it or not type of question. And this is an accurate question. I just remember going through polls before, and they asked tough things. And, you know, I'd always like to word it a little more this way or a little more that way. But it's accurate that, I don't know if you call vacation homeowners as opposed to second homeowners, will pay a share of the cost. That's just a fact. And it doesn't say predominant share or majority share or anything like that. It just says they'll pay a share of the cost. So I have no problem asking that.
Yeah, I would agree. To me, that it takes a little of the burden off of full-time residents, knowing that the costs are going to be shared across the board. And actually, when you look at Aspen or Snowmass, with Snowmass, you've got 60% of the properties are owned by second homeowners, which is a huge amount, and Aspen's 45%. So they're sharing the burden of this, even though they don't live here year-round, which helps decrease the cost that all the year-round residents have to contribute. So I think it's a valid point, and it's a good point.
What about the idea of the wording of vacation homeowners? That's something that actually
I've never heard.
Except maybe in Florida.
I've heard part-year residents, and I've heard second homeowners, and I'm comfortable with either of those.
Okay.
Non-voting residents.
Yeah, non-income.
I mean, it's a very telling question because it's, and I think vacation homeowners, or however you word it, should pay their share of the amenities for our community and that sort of stuff. But it's, the question in the beginning talks about whether or not this is a persuasive argument, meaning, is it persuasive that the second homeowners, the vacation homeowners, or whatever, non-voting people in our community are going to be paying for some of this.
Yeah.
So the second homeowners okay with you, George? Rachel? Rob? Second homeowners.
Okay.
Yes, Tom?
I had one suggested change just to keep us consistent with past polls, and that's in question 5 when we talk about the amount of the property tax increase. It states it as both $16.22 per year for every $1 million, and then it goes on to say equal to $1.35 more per month. And in the past, we've just given the annual figure, not tried to complicate it by also stating it per month. That would change a subsequent question as well, where it's just asked on the monthly amount. So I'd just be consistent, just say annually, or it's $16.22 per year. Also, the $16.22 maybe implies more precision than we really have. I mean, that's based on a lot of assumptions right now. And
So it should be approximately
it's really
16.
a range probably of $16 to $17, but
Add the word approximately.
Approximately, or 1650, or rounded off to something.
Yeah, I'd make it 1650.
Don't we usually do it in terms of lattes, how many lattes it is?
Right, so this would be 2. That's in the advertising.
These are big lattes.
Oh, man. That's a good suggestion, and I think, Kathy, we should take Tom's suggestion.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions for Kathy? Yes, Rob?
This $10,000 comes out of the library budget? That's my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kathy. Thank you,
Thanks.
Tom.
See you in a bit.
Okay, I know we are at our 3 o'clock mark. Michael, we have one more MOI, which was the CCI legislative issues. We did have one staff recommendation, which was from the airport, and it's more, it does not have to do with a particular piece of legislation that has been proposed, but one that I think airport staff is hearing a lot of chatter may be proposed, which is a reduction in the Colorado tax for airline fuels that goes into the state fund that we from time to time use to match federal grants. We've been successful in obtaining grants from that pool of funds. There have been proposals in the past to reduce or limit that fuel tax. It's mostly coming out of airlines that serve the Denver International Airport. That would affect airports like ours that serve both commercial and GA. It also affect counties that just have general aviation airports that also are able to leverage these grant funds for improvement. At this time, other sections did not have particular legislative items that they felt were ripe to bring forward to CCI. So that was all we had on the staff side. So I guess one question would be, does the board want to support that one staff recommendation as going forward to CCI? And then the question would be, are there other items that the board would like staff to work on to prepare? We do have to have these initial items submitted by the 22nd.
So, yes, Rachel?
Well, I was just going to say, last year in the process at CCI, once they received these forms, they kind of came up with something that they called Tier 1 and Tier 2. And the Tier 2 were ones that were then becoming more instituted as a position of CCI, but were not expressly legislative bills that we were going to push forward. And so I think we should go ahead and submit the one on the airport and explain in the comments that we'd like to see it adopted as a formal position of CCI, to not see any reductions, and then that would give them grounds to fight any changes that come forward, as opposed to proposing some new legislation to protect that.
Board, can you agree with that? I see you nodding in the heads.
Okay.
Yes, George.
I have one additional one to think about, and that is, and I know that legislation has discussed this in the past, and that is changing the protocol or the rules for getting initiatives on the general ballot, because Colorado is one of, if not the easiest state to get initiatives put on the ballot. It's used as a test case for many other states. It's very, very costly, not only in terms of running those ballots, but in terms of the dollars that are spent in terms of for proponents or opponents. So I would like to see if that has any teeth to it. And Rachel and Jack may have a better sense of that.
Yes, Rachel?
Jack.
Yeah, I would absolutely support that. It's probably one of the most important things we can do, whether you like an issue or not. It ought to be a real challenge to get on the ballot and have, especially as talked about in a previous ballot that we looked at, a requirement that a certain number of votes come from different congressional districts instead of everything coming from Denver. You know, these are statewide ballots, and I think there ought to be more equity in it, even though, yeah, my favorite issue I'd like to pass, but it ought to be presented such that it's a statewide ballot.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I'm trying to think my recollection, but there almost was an initiative reform referred measure this year, and it just didn't make it out of the legislature. It does particularly kind of keep a lower threshold for statutory amendments, but raises the bar for constitutional amendments and things like that, as well as this, you know, gathering signatures from around the state. So I think that we could perhaps even just key in off of that last year's bill that almost made it and say that we believe the legislature should still continue to work on initiative reform and see if that becomes a priority.
Okay. Yes, John?
On this item, I think, and Rachel brought another piece of this about the statutory versus constitutional amendment, because I was really thinking a lot about the constitutional, but the statutory is different. That's more a local issue. So, but it still ought to have its own.
I think the biggest distinction is that if it's statutory reform that's approved by the voters, the legislature can modify it after somewhere a 3 to 5 year time period, where if it's constitutional reform, there could be no modification whatsoever, is one of the big differences. And that's why a lower bar for statutory reform seems to be acceptable. Not very many legislators want to change something that the voters have just approved, but if it ends up really being detrimental, they have a little more ability there. But I have one issue I'd bring up on this too. And I hate to throw something into staff that would be a little more research before the 22nd. and I just tested with the board, but, you know, we had a vigorous discussion about the availability of veteran services in Colorado and kind of the overall shortage of funding for such items earlier this year when there was a proposed measure to create a new lottery game for that. And I was one of others, you know, across the state who spoke out about keeping the integrity of the open space program, given that it has other assaults such as school funding and so on. But I think that we should propose that CCI take a look at a referred measure to increase the state income tax by a very small percentage, whether it's 0.02 or 0.01. That's where I think that Tom Oken and some research will be necessary to look at the amounts that would be raised. But, you know, I think we're all aware that our state income tax level used to be 5%, and it was dropped down to 4.63 under the Owens administration. And so my initial language to something like this would be, given the benefits to the state of Colorado of our many military installations, and given the tremendous number of new veterans returning from the Iraq and Afghan wars, and recognizing the need to increase and provide stable, long-term funding for veteran services in Colorado, we would propose a referred question to the public for a small increase in personal income tax for the purposes of job training and placement, housing assistance, mental health care, and readjustment and reintegration into our community, into Colorado. I propose this because there is a county role. You know, we're already having our human services, we have food assistance, we help people sign up for food stamps. We have all sorts of different areas in which we try to assist and lock people in with the veteran services that are available. So that's the idea I would put on the table. You know, one of the real reasons I didn't like the lottery ticket proposal was it wasn't necessarily stable, it wasn't necessarily long-term, It wasn't really acknowledging the need. And as I understand it from people working on that, it was really just to generate enough money to start determining how much money we really needed for veteran services. And I think that we should take that first steps forward as a state and make that commitment.
Yes, Rob?
I'm not opposed to it, but I do think that there's a lot of research that has to go on before I'd be in favor of something like that. You know, again, like you said, what's the dollar amount that's being raised? What are the services deficiencies? What are the economic effects to that sort of thing? So I'm intrigued. I do think it's going to be one of the crippling things of our country on both a financial level for our veterans as well as who we are as Americans, in supporting these people, these veterans that are coming back. So I do think it's crucial, but I do think there's a lot behind even a state income tax increase of a small amount. And what that puts out there. So I'm not sure how we get the research in the next 3 days.
Yeah, no, if I could, part of the process with CCI is none of these will be decided to be carried forward or not until October. But all of the counties are kind of putting them on the table, and we can submit it with some initial research and then either back that up, or CCI staff can look at some of the initial research as well. I just, as many ways, would like to get the discussion going in some ways. As you all know, I've been following the governor's to-be-decided process, and they're talking about should there be increases for K through 12, and should there be increases for this, and should there be for that. But Veteran Services hasn't really risen to the top of that list, and I'd like to do something to make sure it's included in that greater conversation we have going forward.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but that reminded me, I just wonder, sometimes to have a tax passed, you need to garner the most support, broad support. And I know last year K-12 did not pass broadly throughout the state, even though you would think there was a large constituency. So I just wonder if we added sort of a combination that would include K-12 and veterans, if that would garner more broad support and have a different, talk about discussion, what sort of percentages should go to vets and what percentage should go to schools. In the end, it would be helping the entire state.
I agree with that, George. I'm just not a legislative expert to know when does a single issue rule apply, in that each ballot questions are supposed to deal with a single issue. And if they're able to combine some sort of package that's for overall Colorado increases and veterans is listed as one of those, then that'd be great. Maybe John has more insight, but I think it's really just getting the ball on the table, as it were.
So in that case, Rachel, I think the tax increase would be the single issue, and then the uses could be multiple that it would support. I do wonder, given the short amount of time, if we do something initially that more has to do with defining a revenue source that's has the qualities that you laid out, or if it and that gives CCI a little bit more room to maybe generate some ideas and enthusiasm around it. Because if we come in with too specific an idea, it might generate more resistance right off the top.
And I'm happy with that. As I understand it, the Tabor rules eliminate any ability to do a statewide property tax.
Right.
So income and sales tax are the only two avenues. I think we should leave it open, and frankly, once you have an idea on the table, you're starting to get the wisdom of 53 different counties all saying together how they think it should be approached. So if we can present it in such a way that creates a little more of that open-ended dialogue with that group, I think that would be valuable.
Yes, Jack.
So I wait till the plane goes by.
Skateboard plane.
What's a skateboard?
I absolutely agree, separate of what happens locally, which, I weighed in on the library question. But I agree that if we as a state and a nation are going to move forward, we do need to can actually have a combination of raising taxes and reducing, the deficits as we can. But I have a real problem, and maybe why I'm not that much of a politician per se. I'm just an elected official or whatever else you want to call me. But I have a problem with this kind of rallying around the flag of the veterans. There are so many components of our society that need help. The homeless. How do we work them into this question? How do those with true disabilities of multiple kinds who are actually not even able to get help because the lists are so long? So I have a problem focusing just on one group. On the other hand, I think it's a fair question to begin a discussion like we did with the Tabor or, Gallagher or any of that. I think it's important to begin a discussion about the reality of our tax levels in this state at a time when we're hurting so bad that we cannot even take care of that $1 billion a year road maintenance and, upgrading issues versus much less take care of the people of our state. And I'm not talking about welfare here, and no one is, and you haven't proposed that either, so I want to make sure we're clear on that. But we have so many needs. And, the board can direct how, but I think the real question is start the conversation about a real tax level. I mean, when we look at what's happened in, say, the last 4 years of the state budget, there's been 2 rounds of cuts made, millions and millions, each year.
Yeah, billions each year.
Yeah, and maybe billions. And we are still not that healthy a situation as a state paying for our infrastructure, for example. So I would absolutely support the front end of what you're saying. Let's have that conversation.
So I think the suggestion of looking into a stable funding source for veterans and posing that question is what we need to do.
Okay.
Not suggesting that income tax as a solution. The real, on the ag exemption reexamination issue, put together a bunch of people and they really went at it hard and they came up with essentially a compromise on that issue. No one would have anticipated that would be the answer at the beginning of the process. So I think, asking CCI to work on the issue is the first step.
Thank you for the support.
I'm almost afraid to ask, are there other items that the board would do there? So
I just wanted to bring up briefly again, we don't have to do it now, but maybe we schedule 15 minutes in the future, or a memo of interest in the future, regarding what I brought up during Open Space and Trails meeting. When a reporter is broadcasting a position of Open Space and Trails as the position of the county, I feel that that's problematic, and as elected officials, I feel as a board, when we take a position, we're taking the position of the county, but as a segment of our county appointed volunteer board, there needs to be a line drawn that they represent themselves as such and not as the position of the county, and make sure that that's not unclear on various things.
So, John, so I think we wanted to have just an open discussion on that in a work session format, and that would include Dale, the Open Space and Trails Board, us, and quite frankly, Rob, a lot of it has to do with the imprecision of the press.
Absolutely, I agree.
And
I agree.
So,
that's why I said it's the perception of the people.
So that imprecision, they're free to be as imperfect as they want to be,
yeah.
and oftentimes they revel in that. So we're not going to solve the problem, but we can have a discussion.
Is that, Michael, you suggestion now, therefore, future work session
Yeah.
on that. Yeah, I absolutely agree with Rob. We need to get some clarity as to who represents what, who makes recommendations versus policy.
I'm sorry, I probably left that a little bit open. I just wanted to make sure we're closed on the CCI issues. I think we were, and that I made it sound like open discussion, so I apologize.
We're closed on the CCI.
Okay. I know we're getting past our 3 o'clock. We do have GR here who's going to give a brief update that he was not able to give on the Elam construction schedule last week. But GR's got to be really quick.
Okay.
So
Michael had asked for graphical representation, so I got enough copies together and actually got to go back to the office this week before I came in for this and get the schedule that we've been working on. Of course, we're talking about construction, so take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because, as we know, weather happens. The thing is not to get bogged down in some of the details in this schedule here, but to look at the bold items, give you a little bit more of the general sense of when things will be happening. We're working on refining this right now. That's exactly what we've been working on the last several days with Elam. And once we have a firm start date, I'll be here again for a Tuesday open discussion and giving you all of those details as well. But hopefully that isn't Egyptian to everybody, and they can get a little bit of information out of it.
The one Egyptian in here is the MOB crusher. What is that?
That is material production that they're doing at the site to prepare for.
What does MOB stand for?
Mobilization.
So they're preparing the materials at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But that preparation of materials won't affect travel. They won't have to have, all we have to do in Woody Creek is survive the crushing.
That's right, Michael. That is all on site.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not for GR, but I have an open discussion, a quick one. And I know we're tight for time, but I'll just put it out there. I'm happy to stay a little later tonight and get through what we need to get through. My open discussion is, we all saw that the governor has issued a ban on fireworks and open burning in the state, and he's left the issue of fireworks up to each individual county with the sheriff to make that decision. Driving down to Glenwood the other day, I noticed in its usual spot the fireworks display for sale. And I just think, you talk about a dangerous situation to allow anyone to even be selling fireworks, certainly in the state and in this valley, is really just adding fuel to the fire. And that decision, I believe, is not on the sheriff's role. The sheriff can ban fireworks displays, but he can't necessarily ban fireworks sales. That decision falls upon the Garfield County Commissioners. And I would ask that perhaps we would send them a letter asking them to consider to revoking that license this year for that fireworks display out on Highway 82 in light of the critical fire danger that everyone is well aware of.
I would support that question, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it, not that I don't agree with all the goals. I'm just not going to ask other jurisdictions to rescind or revoke sales permits that they've already issued. A better idea would be to put up a gate on 82 and make sure that people don't come in here with fireworks. It's just, you have to rely on people having good judgment, and you can't rely always on the banning of fireworks or the sale of fireworks in other jurisdictions. I mean, if we were to ban the sale of fireworks in Pickens County, I would be totally comfortable with that. But I'm not going to ask Garfield County to do it.
Yeah, the problem is, I understand what you're saying, Mike, the problem is fireworks are open to anybody, no matter where you live. And so, whether you're a resident of Garfield County, Eagle, or Pickens County, one could purchase fireworks and not necessarily have to use them on a display on 4th of July, but just go out and have some fun on a Saturday night. And I just think we should voice our concern versus perhaps a request.
I would agree with how you've reworded that, George, to say voice a concern. Based on processes, it may not be possible to revoke a permit, and maybe request that, who knows if it's even an annual permit or a 5-year with special review. We have no idea of the terms of that. But to request that in future years we wait and see what on-the-ground circumstances are like before such a permit is issued. I'm very concerned. I think we all are with the fire danger. But kind of working along with that, I'm wondering if we could get CDOT to actually use some of those mobile signs to say that the firework ban is fully in effect in Pickens County. I've seen that in a lot of other areas I've been driving to, and ours kind of still say "watch for wildlife." And so maybe we should emphasize that there's a firework ban in Pickens County on any of the roadside devices we can use as well.
I'm fine if we word it as a concern, but I'm not.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, we all should send the state of Wyoming our concerns too, since it's open season on fireworks up there. So,
Michael, real quick.
yes.
Yeah, and that was going to be my point. It's a request, a friendly request. We are a regional community. We have really serious concerns. And you make the request that we're not going to pass a resolution or this or the formal stuff. It's simply a communication from the Board of County Commissioners. So that's why I'm totally agreeing.
We're not making a request, though, Jack. We're stating our concerns about the selling of fireworks.
I'll contact my counterpart down there.
Who is your counterpart down there?
It's a good question. I have forgotten his name. Previously the county attorney.
Formerly known as the county attorney.
Present yet, so he's fairly new in that position. And I think most of our other open discussion items, even future agenda items at this point, could wait, at least what I have on the table, unless there's any urgent items from the board. I have one update for you. Our request to extend the comment deadline for the land exchange was denied. I did get that correspondence I forwarded on to you.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up something that I don't expect us to deal with now, but it's future, just as you indicated earlier, Michael, having a conversation about Rob's comments. I'm in possession of a letter from Dale Will to Sloan Schumacher, Wilderness Workshop. And this letter was sent through, of course, county computer, etc., so it's a public document. And in this letter, and I certainly can have a copy circulated to you all. In this letter, Dale is talking about his concern relative to grazing permits and public versus private, etc. But the problem I have with this letter, and this is something consistently that has occurred since the Sooty Land Exchange has occurred, is there's a whole lot of backroom, backdoor, or personalized criticism of other agencies and individuals throughout this process. And here's one example speaking, and we all know that Aspen Valley Land Trust are the ones who were going to hold a conservation easement. It says, and I quote, and which, in talking about the easement, and which will be held by an entity that has no expertise, capacity, or inclination to maintain the protections deemed necessary by the BLM in this permit. Well, we haven't answered the question whether private or public can take care of land better. That's not the issue, but this actually is a criticism that I am very uncomfortable when we start criticizing our partners, and ABLT has been a partner for years. And this is just one example. Where does it stop? And I know this has been going on with other agencies, and there are other criticisms that have occurred. So I would like us to, John, you might chew on it, figure it out, where we might go with this next. This is not an exec session issue. This is public conversations out there. We have, in my opinion, because I have to speak here of myself, have really a lot of controversy and negativity associated with this land exchange, and I believe Picken County has clearly gotten more than a black eye in our conservation community, and I hope you all are talking to these people too, because it's very tough for them, who are our partners, to come in and bring issues like this up, because we work with them. So they don't want to cut off the hand to spike the nose, as it were. But we have a bit of a problem here, and I'll just leave it at that. I want us to approach this, and I will be bringing this up again. I don't know where to go with this, you know.
Have you talked to Dale?
No, not really. You know, I don't manage Dale's public interaction with other agencies, and I don't want to micromanage it, but this is a public issue. There's a whole lot of people that know about this, and this agency, for example, or this group, Land Trust, is very upset about this.
Yeah, Jack brought this
Just articulation would help, because he could have explained himself out of this.
Jack brought... Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's my point. If you haven't talked to Dale, have you given him the opportunity to explain it to you?
I don't want the opportunity to explain it to me. I want the opportunity to explain it to this board and to the public. Why we have this backstabbing and this kind of stuff going on. This is a mild case of what I have heard in the community. And like all of us, have constituency all over the valley, and in particular, I'm speaking of the Crystal here.
Michael, Jack brought this to my attention this morning. I did have an opportunity to visit with Dale very briefly. I need more time to talk to him, to respond, Jack, to what you're bringing up now. I do think it's an email that was not worded well, and certainly not worded in a way that's going to support our relationships and partnerships. And I think Dale would acknowledge that, and we probably need to address that. And I'm working on that with Dale now.
John, what's the relationship then of when Dale? That's a public letter. Is that what Jack said?
It was an email that was sent to Wilderness Workshop, Sloan Shoemaker. I think it was intended as a communication between the two of them, raising concerns. It wasn't intended necessarily as a document, but Jack's right. It's on is sent from Dale's email address. He's a public official. It could be a public document. It certainly wasn't worded or presented for public consumption, though.
What would be the procedure for Dale to address you, to talk to his board, come before us? How would you suggest?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way. I would like the opportunity to look into it a little bit more. Like I said, this was brought to my attention this morning. I've had about a 30-second conversation on the issue.
So, Jack, is it okay if John pursues this with Dale? Is that satisfactory?
Yes, as long as we have a public discussion about where he's going with this, what this is, or because this is not an isolated incident. I've heard of a number of things, and I don't know how to approach it. I won't make suggestions that are inappropriate because I don't have answers. Just like you, John, this came before us pretty quickly, but this has gone on for 3 years, and you know what, people, and I'm speaking to all of us out here, we can always agree or we can disagree, but we must agree to disagree respectfully. And we don't have to be chopping on people or organizations, etc. I know this has occurred with Parks and Wildlife as another example, and another agency, etc. This can open up a can, and I'm okay if it does.
But Jack, you just characterize it as backstabbing. I mean, this is getting pretty incendiary, and it seems to me that you've got a list of 54 accusations here that you should show us what you're talking about. I'm a little upset that you, I mean, I can see John dealing with Dale on this issue, but now you've introduced numerous issues and numerous languages that characterize it in a certain way without having a discussion primarily with Dale to begin with. So I would suggest that John talk to Dale on this one issue, and if you have documentation, bring it to John, and we'll pursue it further. Is that okay with the board?
I'm sorry.
George?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine for the board to bring up any concerns or issues, but this is a staffing, this is a personnel issue that is not our responsibility. That's why we have a county manager.
Okay.
Can we take our break now?
You know, Rachel, that seems like a really good suggestion. We're about 20 minutes behind, and by the time we're done, we should be about 25 minutes behind, right? Because we want to take some sort of break now.
We do have a birthday cake in the back. Somebody
more
amongst
sugar.
you had a birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Jack.
Jackson?
No, it's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. I thought
We're ahead of time.
Oh, and I did that on camera. Tomorrow. Somebody has a birthday tomorrow. So.
Oh, that was my fault.
Okay.
That's okay. I'm still another day deeper indebted.
This is the BOCC work session for June 19th, 2012. It's about 3:45, more or less, and we're here to go over the airport master plan, terminal area plan update, and Jim Elwood, the airport director, is going to lead off the discussion.
Thank you very much, Board. If I can get clarification about what time you'd like us to be done, we'll make sure we hit that mark. So I think we're scheduled till 5, so I want to make sure we do what you'd like us to do here.
Well, Jim, we don't want to, we haven't been unfair to anybody today at all except ourselves. So whatever it takes for you to do this and whatever you have planned will be fine.
Okay, well, very good. We'll try to move quickly through especially the first half of the information. Today, we're going to spend a few minutes just kind of talking about where we are in the master plan, how we got to this point, and then the great moment of the financial plan is going to come forward to you. You've been asking for that for a little while, so we are now ready to share that with you. A couple of quick points. We had an open house last night that was very well attended with the community. We had 32 attendees, got some very good comments, answered a lot of questions. There continues to be people interested in this project and are looking to be briefed and understand what it is and what it isn't. Then this morning we had a Airport Advisory Committee meeting. You may recall that's the committee you set up to help kind of filter information, process the information, and ask those hard questions. That meeting also went very well. We had 32, anyway, approximately 30 folks who attended and also gave us some really good information. So with that, I'm going to do a little bit of introductions of the team that we have working with us today. Mark McFarland, you're familiar with, who's with Bernard Dunkelberg, Tim Malloy, who has TG Malloy Planning. They'll be giving the first section of the presentation. Then we'll be looking to Steve Horton, who you've not seen before. Steve is our outside financial consultant. He's been part of a team that's included the finance director, our treasurer, and others to help refine this, along with John Peacock, as part of this finance plan. For extra deep resource and bench, we include Scott Carey from Jadiation, who's been our engineer for a long time. So if you have engineering type-based questions, he's here to be able to help with that. And finally, Rick Dunkelberg of Bernard Dunkelberg and Associates is also here to answer questions that may go on beyond the scope of the presentation team. And excuse me, Dan Reamer, who's with Kaplan Kirsch and Rockwell, is also here to help if there are questions related to certain components that his expertise would be helpful. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark McFarland and let him quickly move through this first phase.
Thanks, Jim. I'm very pleased to be here with you again today. We're moving towards the end of this process, which I know everybody is pleased about. And so really, as Jim indicated, we want to give you some understanding of what, give you the background on. We're at the point where we're making draft recommendations that are coming out of the master plan. And this financial piece that, again, we have been telling you we're going to give it to you for a long time, and so that's finally on the table, and we feel pleased to be able to talk about that. Thank you. I'll speak up.
Yeah, the room's very echoey.
I understand. So, and we have been to the financial board with this, and we want to make sure that you understand their feedback, and hopefully you'll agree with their support of the master plan recommendations at the end of the day, particularly financial recommendations. So, the airport master plan. What is an airport master plan? And we don't want to reiterate that. It really is important that we learn how to say this succinctly now. The master plan is a long-term development plan which allows space reservation for potentially needed facilities. And the follow-on to that, it gives you a framework to make policy decisions about what and what will not be improved at the airport in the future. So this document does not say this is what's going to happen in the future. This document says we're reserving room for these potentially needed facilities. It will remain with the policymakers of the county to make decisions about what facilities actually are included at the airport. So this is a list of the steps, starting with the evaluation of existing facilities, understanding what types of facilities might be needed in the future from looking at the activity levels that are expected, and finally, preparation of financial plan and the provision of required FAA documentation. So, as we've talked a lot in the past, this process has been well vetted with the public. We started out with a series of meetings, and we moved through these steps that were provided in words on the previous slides. We're now towards the end of the process with financial feasibility analysis and moving towards formal review and approval by this body, working towards an August timeframe for that review. So again, lots of public participation. The thing that is interesting on this slide that you haven't seen before is there's now been 30 tours of the airports by various groups. Airport staff has continued to have community discussions with small groups. There's been 15 of those, and those are continuing outreach that are ongoing. And then again, hope to take this draft recommendations to planning and zoning in July and back to this body in August, depending on what we hear from these meetings we're having at this time. So, as Jim mentioned, we had an open house community meeting last night. There were 32 attendees of that. The room really felt crowded. We had it at the library. Everybody showed up early and was excited. The main takeaway, I think, and I'm not going to read all of these points to you, is that we had a very diverse group. People who are still learning about what the master plan is about. We had, and just a lot of questions and comments from a lot of different directions. So the community's still interested, they're still learning. There's a couple of things I just want to point out to you, a couple of these. One about in the middle that says go with the new terminal. Current terminal does not meet community standards for customer service and retain small field and views. And then if you go to the last one, it says, this is just an example of the diversity of comments we got, we want the people but not the building. So those are the opposite of the two comments. But bottom one says, we really don't care that much what kind of experience you have, but we certainly like your money. And the one in the middle says, you know, we feel like it's important to have a good customer service experience for all airport facilities. Okay. So we had the study committee this morning, 27 attendees at that. Really the main takeaway that we discussed after this meeting and in reviewing the comments that we got was this is a really great study committee. The right people are on this study committee. They're bringing diverse perspectives from various user groups, and they're challenging us, saying, okay, this is the way we view these things. How are you guys? Have you thought about that? So, a really good, diverse group of people that came to that. One of the comments that we got that we thought was particularly interesting, because we're dealing with particularly some FBO management folks that see a lot of what's happening with airport planning for FBO facilities around the nation. Their comment from a couple of them was, you know, we may not like exactly what's coming out of this master plan, but your process is really good. It's very open. We think that this kind of process would benefit a lot of airports that are thinking about these kind of changes that you're considering at this point. So we thought that was a really great comment. Next slide. So improvement concepts and phasing. Next. So we feel like really this planning process is the intersection of a lot of good input from the public, That's the first bullet that's up here, and all of those opportunities that we've had. And then we were challenged on a professional level to take into consideration a lot of technical ideas ranging from weather data to the structure of the airspace around the airport. And we were also had to look at it from a professional way in how to evaluate all of those things. But I've got to tell you that one of the things that's really important is that last bullet down there, particularly over the past 5 or 6 months and the interactions we've had with this group. You've challenged us, and we have really had to work hard to keep up with the input that you provided us. And we feel like that's really allowed us to have some really good recommendations on the table now. So thank you for that. This is actually the recommended improvement plan in draft form. And just to kind of give you an overview of what's illustrated here, and then I've got a couple more detailed slides. This shows not only general aviation recommended improvements, it also shows the new terminal area configuration that you'll hear more about from Tim. So Highway 82, the existing passenger terminal is in this area. This is the east side of the airport. This is the west side of the airport. A couple of things to point out here before I move on to the more detailed slides. This area is the patio hangars, the open T-hanger area, and one of the recommendations that's coming out of this is we realize we need to support the local pilots and aircraft owners, and we do have recommendations coming out of this, money in the budget to enclose and or improve these patio hangars. We also have area to expand those and some additional general aviation parking, which could be used for helicopter parking at the far down valley end of the existing general aviation ramp area. I think we may have left one question a little bit hanging about 2 east side FBOs, and that we continue to look at that and make sure that that's well vetted, that idea. And as you know, we've talked to you about that before. And the bottom line with that, as you take everything into consideration, is that if you have 2 east side FBOs, you run into several congestion issues that really we don't think meet the optimum goal of having an airport work efficiently. And those congestion relate to automobile traffic, which would be, you'd have more automobile traffic in this area if you had facilities for 2 FBOs in the general aviation area, more aircraft traffic as you moved aircraft around to get them down close to that second FBO, and that was really a concern of the FAA also. They said, that congestion that comes with that from an aircraft traffic side is really a safety concern for us. And finally, if you just look at the quantity of facilities, and these are the FBO minimum standard facilities, if you look at adding those facilities to this east side, so both meet the minimum standards, it's just you've got facility congestion also. And I made that term up, but I think it works for the description of this. So just a couple of detailed slides on the general aviation improvements that are draft recommendations. We looked at, as we've described, as the terminal area is improved, it's likely that some of the improved terminal facilities will move up valley. That will allow the opportunity to have some additional general aviation aircraft parking space. We're still hearing that over and over, that that's the most important consideration from the general aviation folks, is to have additional general aviation parking. So that would allow the opportunity to relocate the general aviation terminal from its existing location here to a location that was adjacent to the passenger terminal envelope. There would be shared parking, and again, this parking is occurring in the right place because you've got more depth of pavement from this area, the taxiway, to the access roadway system. So it can be utilized more efficiently because of that. It also allows for potentially another hangar be developed in an area that it can be located without affecting the parking arrangement very much. So we have that as a potential future facility on the east side. And then if you look at the west side, Tim, can we go back to that for just a second? So a couple of things that really drove this. First, as I mentioned, we need more general aviation parking. That was one of the things that really drove this recommendation. The other is that there was community sensitivity to having a lot of additional facilities located directly adjacent to Highway 82, and we listened to that. And third, there are noise and visual and air quality issues, particularly from the North 40 area, that we are committed, the airport's committed to dealing with. That's this green space is an illustration of a buffer. That would be primarily a visual and noise buffer. It would tie in with improvements at the passenger terminal and allow for those improvements. We also know there's air quality issues that are becoming more and more important to the residents near the airport, and the airport is also committed to dealing with those, and so that will continue to be looked at as ways to make sure that air quality impacts are lessened.
Before you move on to the next slide, do you have an idea of the space reservation that you're looking at for the future hangar?
As far as the size of that hangar?
Yes.
It's that, as illustrated, that's probably, it's very close to the same size as the existing FBO storage hangar. It's about 17,000 square feet, that hangar is.
So that would be an additional 17,000 square feet if and when we decide to do a future hangar space, or up to 17,000.
Yes, it would be. Again, we're reserving room for that potential facility, but that one is about 17,000 and very comparable in size to the existing FBO hangar that's on the east side of the airport.
Thank you.
Yes.
One other question on this side. When you were talking about the North 40 residents
Yes.
and Colorado Mountain College, everything over on that side, the relocation of the terminal, doesn't that create a kind of a wider parking zone that will be a lot of noise for those residents as opposed to having that area enclosed with the patio hangars where they would not be getting the startup and move around noise of all the different in and out planes?
If you actually look where North 40 is now, the existing general aviation hangar is located where it's probably in the worst place for them. So, but the important thing is that the idea that's coming out of the master plan is we will look at screening opportunities, particularly for noise, because we know how to deal with that. And those will tie in with terminal improvements so that you get a complete, it's almost a line of sight barrier, but it also will be designed in a way that it reduces noise impacts.
But what do you mean by screening? Is it a 20-foot high berm that will bounce the noise back to the airport? Is it,
it will likely be a combination of a berm and a wall that's treated acoustically to absorb the noise as opposed to just bouncing it around. That's what we've investigated.
Thank you.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, before we go on, I'd like to ask a question about something you had just recently said about a second FBO on the east side.
Right.
I can remember last time we sat and had this discussion, I had asked, and I thought the board approved, some site planning relative to having both of them on this side, having a new terminal depicted, this is site planning, not elevations, and having basically surface parking. Do you have that plan? Have you made that plan?
We did look at a plan. I'll speak personally on this, in that as I put that plan together, it didn't work well enough that I was not embarrassed to show it to you. I think I wouldn't have been doing my job properly if I put all of those hangars down in that very congested area, if I recommended how the parking might work, if I recommended how the aircraft parking might work. And it really, it didn't meet any of the community desires, and it didn't meet the basic goal of the master plan to make the aviation use area more efficient in the way it operates.
Well, and I can agree with some of that, but not everyone is stating, meaning members of the public,
Yes.
is stating that we agree with West Side development. So it would appear that at least you need to show us what, at minimum standards, what 2 FBOs would look like on that site, regardless of what is the current leasing. I mean, this is a planning exercise. We're only reserving space, so we ought to be able to understand. And you say you don't want to embarrass myself. Well, I have a habit of being able to do that fairly easily, so
I feel like I'm in the process of doing that right now. So.
But if you want me as a commissioner to make a decision at the end of the day on this master plan, we've got to understand what possibilities there are. Because it's this stage, we're planning, we're not putting anything in concrete. So, and I thought we had agreed, at least let's take a look at that, and then, fine. It might speak for itself, and then we move on.
If I might, I probably...
Jim, just a second. Board, you heard Jack's request for planning of 2 FBOs on the east side. I actually don't recall his request. But George, do you want to see that?
I don't necessarily need to see that. I really agree with the consultant's work and the FAA's recommendations when that gentleman was down here giving us his concerns about having a second FBO on the east side. For me, that eliminated that possibility. So,
Rob?
I respect the recommendation being brought to us to not look at that or not take further looks into that, but from a public point of view, I think this has been one of the big, or one of the loudest voices, I'm not saying the most people, but one of the loudest voices of complaints is that we haven't fully exhausted that east side. And we do have a duty to, be forthcoming to the public to some extent. And I'm not sure that my belief is the conversation wouldn't go very far, which is what you're telling us, and the fact that you feel you would have been embarrassed having shown us that and how infeasible it is. But I still think that we should have seen it, or seen a little bit more than we did.
Rachel?
I agree with seeing it as well. It's good to know you started to put together, and then you determined it really was something you couldn't have your professional name on. I think you could footnote it pretty loudly, not recommended, and constructed per directions of the BOCC. But we need to demonstrate and be able to look at and say, yes, this doesn't work, as opposed to just taking that recommendation. And I do think that it was something that was requested at the last meeting. I think it's important for people to understand the magnitude of the impacts on the Highway 82 corridor and to the residents of the Airport Business Center.
Rob?
And I would add a clear, comprehensive list of pros and cons with it, because, a lot of this has been PR, as we know. There's been a lot of, we've done a very good job at this point trying to get the proper information out there. But we still get the opposition emails about, well, they say this, but it's not really true, or, that sort of thing. Because the FBO lease issues for the GA on that side and splitting that space is a big issue, too, that I'm not sure how to get around in terms of things. And some people say it's possible to renegotiate that lease and put 2 FBOs on that side. Some people say it's not. And so a coherent way of kind of listing the pros and cons along with that conceptual design of, first step of what it looked like. Like I said, I don't think the conversation will go very far, but who knows? I think we have the duty to go through it.
So, Mark, at the risk of embarrassing yourself,
Yes.
It sounds like you should be putting out some efforts for an illustration of what planning could be on that side for 2 FBOs, its limitations and its possibilities.
And we'll certainly do as requested. But we did show our best way. We had it figured out in the original 4 alternatives, and that was challenged. And frankly, I couldn't figure out a better way to do it. But I do understand that we did hear that we should continue to study that. I guess I did not understand that I was supposed to bring back another drawing per se.
It's okay. I didn't understand that either.
Yeah.
But it sounds like the majority of the commissioners would like to see that, at least some effort put towards that. So if you can do that, that would be worthwhile. Tim, you look like you have a question.
One other point on this is that there is an alternative in the draft final document that shows 2 FBOs on the east side and the criteria that we use to evaluate it. So that it's not as though it isn't done. It's in the document. That's actually, we're not presenting it today, but it is in the plan. And secondarily, if you might help us with just a moment's indulgence about what exactly you want to see on that, in that work, so that we can make sure that we bring back to you, something that's clear and concise for your review.
Board, it seems to me if you have an iteration of it, bring forth that iteration again, refresh our memory, and if you think there are other possibilities within that, bring forward those. But that's the best I can offer you. Rachel?
I agree with Michael as a basic, and then perhaps what would be the traffic patterns of both the planes and the consumers coming to use those sort of facilities? How would it operate? If it is a congestion issue, then the illustration should show that, and if it's not, it's not. But rather than just a layout, as if it was being used. How would it be used if it had developed that way 20 years ago without the current standards?
Further clarification, if I might. Did I understand you wanted all surface lot as well for automobile parking? Or is it just related to the second FBO on the east side?
Jim, what I think was asked was the possibility of 2 FBOs on the east side with all its adjacent or accompanying impacts, parking, airplane parking, whatever it is.
Terminal.
Well, the terminal's different, Jack. Do you want...
Michael, what I asked for last meeting was that we look at 2 FBOs on the east side, we look at surface parking and a new terminal. Did that mean that everything under the ideal plan would be shown? No, but you have to have minimal FBO standards, because we're not going to play,
the general aviation terminal.
Yeah, FBO.
Yeah, not the big terminal, the general aviation terminal.
Well, let me finish. Both the circumstances of what 2 FBOs would be, and I'm just going by minimal footprint standards, not elevations or anything. Then, moving over to the commercial terminal, we've had proposed to us 80,000 square feet plus structured parking. My request was for surface parking. Now, what does that mean? We would lose some parking if you put 80,000? Well, I don't know. Does it mean we would lose some terminal if you put all that surface parking? I don't know. But my general feeling and sense that I have gotten from the community in general is that they don't like 80,000 square feet. They don't like 1,300 underground or structured parking places, and they don't like development on the west side. So that's the extreme. We know when we come up with a plan at the end of the day, it might or might not include all that. I expect, quite frankly, it will evolve beyond my request. But where Jack comes from, and I have never a problem with being wrong, I want you to prove me wrong that it can happen, because then I can, with confidence, go out and tell the community, guess what, guys? Hey, here's a skeptic, and it's just not going to work. But I need to be educated.
Okay, let me take, do you understand, Rob and Rachel, do you understand Jack's request? And is that a request you want to see also?
It's a request I want to see, but I think primarily it's bringing back what you've showed us before and saying, this is why we haven't pursued this anymore.
Rachel?
I agree with what Jack has said. And, I don't know if John had a comment that was going to clarify it further, but...
Well, are you okay, Michael?
Yeah.
Go ahead. So, Jack, if I understand you correctly, basically you want to see a scenario of what we'd have to reduce the development to fit it on, because we've done the parking at the recommended, and that we didn't find a good way to fit it on. And so what you want to see is what would the terminal have to be reduced to, as well as surface parking to fit on the existing? Is that what everyone's understanding?
I think it's reasonable,
It's a planning request. Like you keep telling us, it's not written in stone. This is a reservation, so we need to consider it and then move on.
So, you heard, and this is, although it's initiated by Jack, it's a request from the majority of the board. So the request is 2 FBOs on each side, and if you were to shoehorn them in, would it mean reductions in the terminal and the parking in order to get them on the east side? George?
Thank you. And I guess the other comment I would make is, just so everyone understands, that would not necessarily preclude a third FBO on the west side, because based on our conversation with the FAA, that area shows that it has the capability and capacity to have an FBO. So then we may be looking down the road at 3 FBOs, and that's one of the consequences. So just as long as everyone understands that as well.
Well, I think, this comes from Jack's and the rest of the board's desire to have a full inquiry into all the possibilities. Right. So begin with the iteration that you started with, do some extra planning on the basis of the terminal and the parking, and we'll see what we get.
Okay. Appreciate your indulgence, everybody.
Okay, so the last slide on the general aviation draft recommendations is related to the west side of the airport. And the important ideas that we heard on this that drove this configuration of facilities was that that perhaps it's okay to look at potential development on the west side of the airport. And if we are going to have aviation facilities on the west side, then there would need to be service facilities over there also, and that would be an FBO. The other big piece of information that came from the public and from this board was that it was likely to be unacceptable within this community to have several very large hangar structures on that side of the airport. So with those recommendations, we looked at the minimum standards for FBO facilities and placed those on the site in a way that we thought was logical. And the basis of this is we continue to use the the AOC entryway, and the road, that entryway then is extended to down valley, and that the facilities, just because primarily for environmental concerns, those should be located as close to the existing AOC facilities as possible. So we've got the minimum for for storage hangar for the FBO, a maintenance hangar, an FBO terminal, and then the standard for the FBO parking is provided, along with the tie-down area. One of the so we think this configuration, although this is, certainly it will evolve as design is actually done, when and if anything's built over there. We feel like this is a good arrangement of those facilities. One of the other things that came out as we heard from the community was that perhaps we should look for an emergency medical services aircraft parking pad, apron. And this would be for fixed wing and helicopter aircraft. It would be up valley from the existing Airport Operations Center, but it would use that same entryway and access point that the Airport Operations Center does now. So and that's met with a lot of good reaction from the community as a provision of that emergency medical services aircraft parking area.
Yes, Rob.
This might be jumping the gun a little bit, but we could maybe come back to this slide when we get to the financial stuff, because I noticed in the financial stuff we have $33 million kind of allocated to West Side expansion regarding the GA development, and I want to know specifically what that might be geared towards, because it was my understanding in previous conversations that the West Side development would be paid for by the new GA people coming in. So why do we have to pay for that, or are some of those facilities our responsibility if we get a proposal for a new GA, and how is our lease part of that in terms of having them pay for those $33 million of development on that side? So it may be jumping the gun a little bit, but I want that to be addressed certainly when we get to the financial piece regarding this particular slide.
Okay.
Rachel?
Thank you. Looking at these plans and the larger one that is the recommended improvement plan notation at the bottom, I think it's something we've discussed before, but from my support, this far lower left corner
I'm so sorry. Those words got left on there by mistake.
Reserve for future.
She's speaking of this. There will be no development recommendation, and I hugely apologize for that. Those words are not supposed to be on there.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. That's good to know. And then the second would be, I don't know if there is a title that we should have on there or should start to pursue that is more mitigation for air quality, noise, scenic values, and wildlife habitat considerations or something like that. But I think we need to start staking our territory out in more definitive terms. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk for 3 slides on the terminal area and phasing in particular. And the reason that we're focusing on phasing, there's a couple reasons. First, we've discovered through this process and through input from yourselves, the Study Advisory Committee, and from our own work that phasing of the terminal area is a critical component in order to make it work financially, functionally, and in order to give the board the control it needs to be able to build the right size facility for the right demand at the right time. So we look carefully at phasing. Before I show the phases overlaying on this drawing, on this aerial, a few things to consider. One is that the phasing that you're about to see is an example of phasing. There are other ways that this could be done. In fact, one of the comments that we heard this morning at the advisory committee meeting was, can you move up the phasing? Can you shorten it? Can you do this differently to make it go faster? And so, the answer to that question is yes, but it's a reconsideration. For purposes of being able to provide you a financial analysis, we needed to do a phasing plan that was laid out in some number of years, and you'll see Steve talk about that in his presentation. Another thing to consider is that the phasing that you're about to see focuses on replacing those critically sort of overtaxed facilities first. And it also attempts to utilize existing surface parking in the terminal area as much as possible. But it does show a underground parking structure, 2 stories and a surface with a cover. And it was my understanding that that was determined to be the right approach, but having heard the discussion today, we understand that we may have a little bit more work to do to explain to you the surface-only parking solution. So what you're going to see will include a parking structure. So in phase 1, and by the way, this phasing occurs over 6 phases. And this phase 1 basically is to redo the the commercial aircraft apron, the parking apron, and the main reason for this is because right now we have everything essentially draining toward and sometimes into the lower floor of the terminal. And so we're going to be correcting this by redoing this apron, raising it up 7 feet, and draining it away from the terminal, which the end result will be for some interim amount of time, assuming we are doing a replacement terminal, that you'll come out of the terminal here, and there will be more or less an area that is drained by a French drain or a trench drain, and you'll go up a set of stairs about 7 feet to the new level of the aircraft apron, walk to the aircraft, get on. So that's phase 1. This, by the way, would be done regardless of whether or not we do a reuse of the existing terminal or if we relocate the terminal over in this area. So phase 2 shows a concourse expansion, and this would be connected for some interim amount of time if, in fact, we decide to go forward with a new terminal at this end. And this would provide that critical component of additional hold room and concourse space that is sorely lacking in the current facility. In phase 3, I want to start by pointing out, so here we have the intersection at Baltic, which will remain as was recommended in your recently approved access control plan. And then a second access here at the BMC West location, which was also part of the final recommendation to the access control plan. So this in light green is showing essentially the parking and circulation system that would be constructed in order to allow the airport to operate while these next phases are being constructed. So here you can see that we're relocating the rental car ready lot over here. This would be rental facilities, ready lot, car wash, etc. And the circulation, the way that it would work, you would enter here at Baltic Avenue, you would proceed to the parking structure with this road, or you would proceed to the drop-off pickup, or you would proceed to the commercial parking. And then you could flow back through the system if you went into the parking garage, come back out and utilize that. And if you're, we're going to continue to keep using what is now the employee parking and the rental car parking. That would have a different purpose at that time, but that would continue to be used, that surface parking. So you could access that here, or you could leave exiting up Valley until such time as this intersection were built. This is the parking structure itself. It has been reduced by half from what we had shown you previously with respect to the terminal area redevelopment that was shown at 1,500 at one time. This is a 750 stall parking structure. This is an additional surface parking structure, and this was believed to be the most appropriate structure or arrangement for parking, some amount of subgrade, some amount of surface parking, in order to ease the difficulties associated with phasing and to provide the parking which we've defined as reasonable for the 2017 and beyond period. So next we see phase 4, which is a future expansion of the aircraft apron, the commercial aircraft apron, in order to provide for the full 10 spaces, overnight spaces for aircraft that we've shown as necessary for the 2017 and beyond time frame. And then in phase 5, we're looking at adding the rest of the terminal structure, which is within this white line. here, and this orange area is demolition of the existing structure and locating some commercial parking, vans and shuttles, et cetera, in part of that area. So the total square footage that we're showing here is 80,000 square feet with the area that's inside the orange box and the white line and the yellow box and the white line. That's depicted as a single-story structure. Remembering that this is a space reservation document, we wanted to show the building as a single-story structure. If the board at any time decided during the design process that a two-story structure made sense, we'd have more, space here to work with. So we're showing this as a single story at this time.
Yes,
And one of the questions of confusion, Tim, is on a single-story concept, because, as you said, you've got to raise the apron by 7 feet.
Right.
And so, is it actually a true one-story, or because the conversation was it has to be two-story because the first story, because the second story takes into account that new rise in the apron?
Well, if it were ultimately decided that this needed to be a one-story structure to commit, to fulfill the community's needs, the community's desires and vision, then that would have to be designed in order to exit onto the apron at the correct elevation, and there'd be some grading considerations to accommodate that. You bring up a good point in as much as there are some advantages to a two-story structure on this site. One of them is the fact that we have, a significant grade change to deal with. And another is that, it leaves open, perhaps more easily, the idea of jet bridges in the future, should that ever be decided to be pursued. Jet bridges can be done with a single-story structure as well, so it doesn't preclude it. It just makes it a little easier. So, that's sort of the situation with respect to how it would work. Any other questions on that?
Tim, so you construct the concourses, Phase 2, and it spans Phase 1 and Phase 4. Why wouldn't you do Phase 4 essentially simultaneous or very close to the construction of the terminal in order to use the full length of the terminal?
Yeah, well, actually what we could say is that this, while it's shown as this full extension, you wouldn't have to build that. You could build this out to here, and you could leave this portion for when you finish the rest of this. So that's sort of one aspect of the response. I think that Scott Carey can probably add to that as well.
Like the other
Microphone.
Scott Carey. The other issue that goes with doing Phase 1 with Phase 4 is that's your long-term parking. So until you have a place to actually relocate that parking to, you'll be down. That's about 250 to 300 spaces for long-term. So Phase 4 could happen with Phase 1, but you lose almost 300 locations for long-term parking, economy parking.
And so how much aircraft parking is there on the truncated Phase 2?
So Phase 1, the way that Phase 1 works is that we'll be using the area that has historically been used to the north, that's outside the teal area, to maintain the 7 to 8 parking stalls and stacking aircraft as we always have
But
for the
isn't that
overnight.
stacking, aren't we trying to avoid that?
Yes, but it's an interim phase. When you add Phase 4, you have the full 8 to 10 stalls for aircraft to park.
Without stacking?
Without stacking.
Any more questions on that before we move on? Okay, so here we are at Phase 6, and this is essentially the point at which now we have a fully functioning, commercial passenger terminal area, new parking and circulation, new terminal. Old terminal has been demolished, and so now we have room in this area to accommodate a relocation of the east side FBO, and so you see here the FBO structure itself and some additional aircraft parking that could be constructed in this area, and we could now begin to also utilize some of the area out here for aircraft parking.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. Just a kind of a couple questions and maybe stuff to answer for the next meeting, I'm not sure. But the new long-term parking area you're showing as part of Phase 3, all the way to the far right, do we have a distance of how far is that going to be to the terminal for people to walk?
So are you talking about here?
The green that's over.
This is actually rental car parking.
Okay, so that won't be for the guests?
No.
Okay, well, that answers that question
Yeah.
pretty quickly. And then the second, I guess I'm wondering whether, given that there's any type of sections that we would have a view plane of what it looks like from Highway 82 across, because that is relatively new area that we hadn't thought we would have to use before. It's part of trying to maintain all surface parking as opposed to underground.
You mean this?
Yeah. Do
Okay.
we have a kind of or will we have a sort of view plane, even though knowing it's boxes and it's space reservation, of what it would look like across to that area? Will that be able to be sat down 4 feet? Is it topography? Is it up above 82?
Yeah, currently there's an upgrade here, and then there's a berm that's out here. This is at an elevation which is higher than this. So I suspect that the answer is going to be, what would you like? With more grading, we could screen this from view. I'm assuming that's correct, Scott. So it depends on, how important that is to the community. We could achieve that, I think.
But I just want to make sure that we are including the expense if there ends up being a lot of dirt hauling to bring that down a little bit and things like that. This last question I have at this time, looking at Phase 3 with the kind of reconfigured and reduced amount of underground parking, does that then include parking on the surface of the main square where Phase 3 is?
Okay.
It does.
Let me explain.
Okay, please.
So there would be, this footprint represents 2 stories underground, and then there would be a half story, which would be surface with a cover. In the numbers that you're going to see related to this phasing.
Okay, and then will we have any sort of rough idea of what it looks like at grade as opposed to this kind of aerial view?
Yeah, we actually did, at one of our last meetings, we showed some just simple massing sketches that were prepared that show a view from this location, from Baltic Avenue looking here, and a view from, I think it was about in this location, looking here.
Yeah, no, I recall that, but that was at the same time when the entire garage was underground, and that was going to be kind of a grassy plaza that people would walk across.
You're right. So that would affect, this would have come out to about here, and that would have affected the view from that direction.
Okay. Again, since we're seeing changes in the plan, it'd be nice to see changes in those sort of sketches as well.
Okay. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Just a second, Jack. So where's the fill come for Phase 1 then?
That is a Scott question. Where does the fill come for Phase 1?
Michael, this time we haven't identified an exact source for the fill for Phase 1. We've looked at it from a financial perspective and accounted for the cost of moving fill on site.
Of bringing fill on site?
No, moving fill on site, so it would be from the airport proper, not coming from anywhere else.
Oh, but you don't know where on it?
Until we can get into a little more detail, the amounts and different things, it's...
So conceivably, you could take the rental parking lot, if you were to lower that grade, use that fill for Phase 1, some of it.
Definitely.
And remember, well, it's a different phase, but
yeah,
if you're building underground parking, you've got a hole that you're excavating.
right. So, but I mean, then it's a question of just how do you coordinate those phases, and they're not really sequential as much as concurrent in some degree.
Right. All right, so there's one more of these. Oops, sorry. Wrong button.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. A question on Phase 6, because when I look at estimated cost of project, et cetera, about 4th in the back, we don't have page numbers, but there's no Phase 6 here. Is that because it's primarily an FBO issue?
That's because it's not paid for by the FAA, it's paid for by the GA user. So that's why you don't see it.
I don't think that's quite right. Beyond the test year.
Oh, that's right, yes, sorry.
Well, please explain now what the facts are. I
Yes.
didn't catch it all.
Why don't we have Steve answer that question?
With the microphone.
Basically,
The costs were already included. I don't know if they were in, I don't think they were in the first 5 phases. They would be included in the second category of other capital expenditures. I believe that's where they are. In fact, I'm certain of that. Oops. Did you hear that?
I think Steve did the financial testing with the critical years that where the financing worked. And Steve, you correct me if I'm wrong on this. And that did not include Phase 6 because so those costs aren't shown there. They're shown in the plan, but I think the Phase 6 costs weren't shown because it wasn't in those critical years that the testing for the financial plan was conducted on. Is that?
Actually, those costs they're not in the phasing description within the financial plan, but they are in the lower section that deals with other capital expenditures. I don't believe they're outlined specifically line item by line item because that detail is not there. We have summarized those costs, but the costs are there.
Yeah, good. I appreciate that. I didn't understand why 6 wasn't there, but one important consideration you just offered was a matter of timing in these critical years. And I can see we only go to 18, and maybe that future FBO has to deal consistent with the lease, and whenever that evolves, et cetera. So.
And Jack, I probably was incorrect in what I stated. You should listen to what Steve said. But I think the main point is that all of the detail, those are summary diagrams, and all of the detail was reviewed with county financial staff and the FAB. So you do not have all the detail.
Yeah, no, but I'm good with the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so last of the slides on the phasing, and this one shows essentially some future opportunity, and this has to do in part with the challenge that was laid out to us by the board and specifically by Rachel to look beyond the year 2017 and consider how we might make this facility more flexible for the future. And so what you see here is some additional facilities identified as in the future. And specifically, there is here a potential for expansion of the parking structure, should there be a need for it, a demand for it. We've also talked about, the potential for accommodating future transportation for the broader community. We show here an extension of the drop-off, pickup main access road through to the new intersection. Reconfigured how the return road works. We've also showed additional commercial vehicle, vans, shuttles, et cetera, in this location, and a last phase of the commercial parking apron here as accommodating future needs. So just a couple things before we turn you over to Steve Horton. Remembering this is a space reservation tool that what we're doing here is trying to identify the spatial needs of the facilities that have been identified as forecast and needed for the years 2017 and beyond. The plan itself will guide development. It's intended to be flexible. It can be amended. And how the projects are phased in time are going to be also a dynamic process that are going to evaluate what are the market conditions at the time, what are the community sentiments. The board ultimately has control over what gets built. And there is a lot of work yet to do before anything gets built. including a phase of design. Should you decide to approve this master plan, we'll then, go into a design phase looking at answering some of those questions. Is this a two-story structure? Is it a one-story structure? Does it have loading bridges? Does it not have loading bridges? What's the community's input on those more detailed issues? That's yet to occur. Environmental clearance needs to be done, carefully examining the environmental issues associated with the proposed recommended improvements. And then there's the funding stage, and then there are also local approvals, including the Planning and Zoning Commission's location and extents review, which will occur as each construction phase comes forward. So that's kind of an idea of what happens after the master plan is approved, should it be approved. So now I'll turn it over to...
Before you move on, I'm just curious, what's the rendering of that picture down the bottom?
That's actually not a rendering. That's an actual photograph of the AOC.
What's that?
That's the existing AOC, yeah. So now I'll turn it over to Steve Horton, and he'll go through with you the financial considerations, and I'll get out of your way.
Thank you, Tim. Once again, I'm Steve Horton. I'm going to move over here. I'm Steve Horton. I'm the financial consultant on the team. Very happy to be here. This will be the first time that I've had an opportunity to have a discussion with you. And we'll be discussing financial issues. And we're going to break this discussion into two parts. The first part is airport financing, just the basics. I think this will be a refresher for you, because I think you've been through a number of these issues before, some of the traditional funding sources and other issues. Then the second part, frankly, is the more critical part, getting down to the details of what the financial plan scenario looks like and how it matches up with the capital reservation plan. So let's get into the overall airport financing. We may move a little fast in this area, since I think you're probably familiar initially. There we go. Thank you. As you probably discussed before, some of the traditional funding sources for funding airport capital plans are, first of all, obviously the airport revenues. They come from various different sources, landing fees, etc. Really important one are federal grants, FAA grants from the Airport Improvement Program. Part of that money is earned through entitlements, and part of it is discretionary, which the FAA helps us with. There are also passenger facility charges. If you look at the bottom of your airline ticket, you will see an amount there that indicates a collection for specifically approved projects that are eligible for passenger facility charges. Then another category is tax-exempt debt, which could, of course, include general obligation bonds. We don't foresee those in this particular financial plan, but they could also include airport revenue bonds. And those are bonds, of course, that the debt service on which would be repaid strictly from sources at the airport. No outside sources. No local taxes, only revenues from the airport. Then the last category are state grants and loans. This is a big item, but it is an important contribution to the plan. And of course, and I know you know this as well, there are always conditions and limits relating to the funding sources that could be provided from the federal government, AIP, local funds from PFC. Only certain types of projects are eligible, mainly airfield and pavement projects and a number of terminal projects. A local match is required, now down to 10%. Was it 5% for AIP? There are airport revenues that can only be used for airport purposes, and there are additional conditions related to rates and charges for the different users at the airport.
Yes. If you can go back to the first airport financing slide there, I'm curious, when you talk about examples of revenues, landing fees, rent, such as our rental car companies, those sorts of things, I'm assuming, our FBO, our leases, passenger facility charges, and it says up to $450 per enplaning. Is there an expectation that these fees are going to change based on what we decide to do in terms of investing in our airport? Will we have to raise our fees, I guess is the question. Have you taken that into effect into your analysis?
Well, we have growth rates on fees. Costs go up, and revenues need to go up to match that. But there's no individual step-by-step fee increase. There are a couple examples that we'll review later in the details when we go through those. But landing fees will always go up, for example. They're based on costs, and some of the other fees are based on cost as well. So yes, those will change, and yes, we have projected growth rates that relate to those.
But not specifically for our new investment into any future structures?
Actually, yes. Specifically, yes.
Okay.
And you'll note that in one of the financial schedules that we provided for you.
So in a sense, we've said to the public that this isn't going to be a tax that they pay for. It's paid for by the users, but there will be an increase in the fees that they pay if they use the airport.
It depends on what they use. If rates are going up all across the board for the different providers of the services and they pay rent to the airport, then I would imagine that would be passed on. But it's not going to be any astronomical jump except for one or two examples, which we'll talk about specifically later if you want to get into that. I'm sure you do.
Yes, Rich.
Well, just to follow up on that, we currently charge the $4.50 per enplanement passenger.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that is already at the max as it's allowed.
That's right.
And we collect as well as pretty much every airport out there. But the other one, I just wanted to point out, the tax exempt debt, that would have to be a vote of the public in Colorado, in Pickens County?
I'm not sure about that. It depends on the actual structure of the debt.
Okay, but fairly likely it would have, because, I mean, we're not talking, we have repeatedly said we would not be doing a general obligation bond of all the residents of Pickens County, realizing that's a type of debt that's available, but we've talked about airport revenue debts, but it still would go to the voters.
Yeah, under the depending on how, and I think where Steve's going with depending on how it's structured, certificates of participation are one way of structuring it that may not need to go to the voters. Multi-year commitments of revenue bonds or such certainly would need to go to the voters, and so that is a question I think we'd have to answer in the future as we got closer and saw what the financing needs were.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions on that slide? Okay, moving to this one, a little more discussion about the airport improvement program. There's a very important element of the funding structure for the capital program. It's funded from ticket taxes, and I'll just make a minor comment. It's not a minor comment on the issue of taxes. Once again, these are federal taxes, and they're applied to airline tickets. There are no local taxes whatsoever funding any element of any project or any operating expense that is acting on the airport. There are no local taxes within the capital plan whatsoever. Now, looking at what has been the result of getting federal and state money by the airport over the last decade or so, the state portion of this funding is fairly insignificant, not more than $500,000 up to $1 million, $1.5 million, depending on what year you're talking about. But a key point to note is passenger enplanements or entitlements derived from passenger enplanements is around $2 million a year. I'm sure it's a little less in 2002, and it's right about $2 million in 2011. Note several of those numbers are way over $2 million. That means that there's some significant discretionary money for projects that the FAA decided was important to the community and, frankly, important to the overall national aviation system. I want you to remember this range of numbers, 2 million to 16 million, 12 million, 11 million, because later on in our discussion, we'll be looking at some funding from these sources that is comparable. They may look, those funding amounts may look kind of large compared to the overall project, but they are well within the realm of what this airport has been successful at and getting funding for projects that the airport feels is important and the FAA feels is important. Also, and I know you've had discussions about this issue, whenever you execute a grant agreement, you certify compliance with a number of obligations. These are the grant assurances that I know you've discussed before. There are many of them, and they commit to you to a publicly operated airport where the public has to have access, and users and potential users must be dealt with in a reasonable and non-discriminatory manner. This is just some general statistics about the airports, the airport finances. You can see those, some business activity. Really, the only comment I would make on this table is at the beginning of the master plan process, a very important required step was to prepare a financial activity, an aviation activity forecast. And much of the planning is based on what that forecast says. This actual employment number for 2011 tracks with that forecast. So the forecast has turned out to be accurate and a good one to rely on for planning purposes. Now to the financial plan. Do we have any other questions about the overall basic financing related to traditional financing? Okay, good. Now to the financial plan. Now, how did we get here, first of all? And where is this process, or what is the process we're in the step of conducting the master plan? What we started with when we started the financial analysis was what you've discussed before and what we just looked at in the last 45 minutes or so, and that is the capital space reservation plan. That is input for the financial analysis. And in the same vein that the capital plan is a reservation, it's not a commitment, it's just a plan. The financial scenario plan that goes along with it supports that plan, but nonetheless, it is still just a plan. Again, it's not a commitment. It's planning to match the finances with the capital expenditures that are needed to enforce that plan. One last, or a couple of last questions. What was the very first thing we did when we started the financial analysis? Critical step, form the finance team. The finance team is not just the financial consultant. The finance team included the county finance director, the county treasurer. I was the financial consultant on the team. We needed engineering planning on the team. The planners from the actual master plan process were involved because we needed support on adjusting and phasing projects. Also included on the financial team was the financial advisory board when we reached a point within the process that we needed that feedback. And I'll tell you in the end, and I'll probably repeat this later, but both John Redmond and Tom Oken vetted this plan. We went through it in detail line by line. And when we reached a certain point, John Peacock worked with us in order to look at the plan and review the plan. So we have had oversight and participation from experts all across the board to deal with the financial plan that supports the capital reservation plan, and that's how we have gotten where we were. Now let's get into some details. See if I can see that. This first table deals strictly with the terminal area planning work. Does not deal with the other projects that are not directly related to the terminal. Now, the reason we include both elements, first of all, this is a master plan. It has to include every element that will be constructed.
If we could just...
Sure.
I think it's out of place in your paper. This slide got...
This was after the phasing.
It was after the
Okay,
phasing,
thanks for
so
that.
for
I
some
was looking
reason,
for
so
that.
I apologize for the...
Okay, so we're calling time out.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this table represents uninflated cost only related to the terminal area development. And you can see the phases there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Note Phase 6 is not there. Phase 6 is in the other capital program, which is included in some of the other slides. I think the important thing to note here is looking at those two far-hand right columns. The total uninflated cost, estimated cost, $120 million approximately. You'll see that. Don't let me point this. There we go. You'll see that right down here, those total costs. In the funding eligibility columns, this is Airport Improvement Program and PFCs. Those are what we'll refer to as the eligible funding amounts for these costs. So the passenger apron and the significant portions or all of the terminal concourse, all eligible for various funding. What's not eligible and what's typically not eligible are these parking facilities. Part of these costs are eligible because there's some access roadways that are involved. And you'll also see in the longer-term parking. Now, this does not mean, I had to clarify this last night, this does not mean long-term parking. It means parking structures developed in the long term, 10, 15 years from now. We didn't catch that before. So these are cash items, so they tend to add up. So you end up with a $120 million terminal area project, 61 million of which would be eligible for various sources of funding. 69 million would not be eligible, would be mostly cash.
Michael, can I ask a question?
Yes.
How to word this? It's probably a question they'll ask on the other charts too, but these are very abbreviated construction cost outlines, just outlining a set cost for phases 1 through 5. I don't know, maybe you can describe a little bit more in detail what went into these numbers, because we haven't designed the building yet.
Absolutely.
We don't know if we're going to have conveyor belts for our baggage or just a drop-off place for our baggage. And these are pretty set numbers down to the last dollar, not a round number like $16 million for phase 5 construction. It's $16,573,975. So I'm really curious why we're getting the second grader version as opposed to the big boy version of how these cost breakdowns are happening.
We do have detail that backs this up, and I will get Scott to help us describe some of the components of these. But let me just make a remark about the digits that go all the way up to single digits. It is, we started with round numbers from estimates. It is much more difficult to add numbers together, multiply them by percentages, and come up with the same round number. It's much easier from just a mathematical standpoint to not try to round them again. It really is. Mm-hmm. If you do round them, you're going to end up having columns that don't total. So, Scott, can we ask you to talk about some of the details? We're looking at, we just have one line item for the apron, for example, one line item for the concourse, and we'd like to know what some of the components within each of those is.
So like on the parking apron, we have a typical pavement section that's used across the airport based on the commercial aircraft that use the airport. So we have a square yardage, and we actually did calculate the actual cost based on historic data for your airport to come up with that number for the parking apron. We actually did calculate, we took a guess at how much fill would be needed in that area as well to come up with that number. Like on the terminal, it was actually on a cost per square foot basis. 80,000 square feet times a certain number comes up with that number. On the parking, the general discussion there is we took the garage at a number per stall and then added a typical pavement section for all the road systems. That's how those numbers were developed. So when you add all those different pieces up, we took that layout and we said, roughly what is it going to cost based on typical costs and typical sections to come up with those numbers.
So just if I heard you correctly, Some of it's done by some industry standards, square footage, by an industry standard for how much it costs, and some of it's done by actually assessing the cost for paving a certain amount of area or landfilling a certain amount of area. So I heard you correctly. So now my next question is, at what point do we vet these costs to designs that actually happen, specifically with the terminal? I mean, I think I'm less concerned with the apron area for the planes, because, you know, those costs are pretty easy and we've got defined needed for those space. But, you know, whether we put marble in the terminal or sheetrock is a big difference. And at what point, you know, I went out to Santa Barbara and sat down for about 2 hours with the airport director there, and their government there decided to cut back on a lot of cost on their airport and dramatically changed the cost to the public, whether it's federal dollars or whether it's local dollars. It's still the public that's going to be paying for this airport. They dramatically changed it. So where along this process do we get to vet the design with the dollars?
Well, what I understand the master plan is for is to do a space reservation, and that the financial component is to say, is this feasible based on a typical layout and assumptions. So we took kind of a mid-range cost per square foot going into that terminal based on other terminals that have been installed, and looking at, you know, the Roaring Fork Valley plus-up that always happens on costs to come up with a number. Now, once you actually decide that you want 2 stories, 1 stories, jet bridges, no jet bridges, all those different items, you want it to be wood, all those different things, then you can refine those costs during that design process that would happen after the space reservation.
Yeah, and if I could help out with that, because Rob, I think the answer to your question is once we decide that we want to proceed with a specific design for a terminal is when we would get into that kind of detail. I think what we're doing now is going through the exercise that satisfies both from our perspective, is this reasonably achievable or not? And that's also an assurance the FAA wants, because the FAA doesn't want us to be planning facilities that aren't ever going to happen or aren't feasible just to reserve space that may never get developed. And so we basically used either industry standards or where it was easy and efficient, just like Scott's saying, we used actual estimates of costs to come up with these. You're right, then once we started breaking those by percentages and such, they went down to the dollar. We didn't want to, you can start to create some pretty big rounding errors if you start rounding that then. And so this exercise, and I think as we put it to the FAB, was really about, is this reasonable that we could proceed with some level of development on the spaces as we've identified, if and when the board and community decides to do it. And so these are very much budget numbers. I don't want to say horseshoe and hand grenade, I probably shouldn't, but it's almost a little bit like that. But is it reasonable or not is really what we're after.
More questions on this slide?
Is that John?
So as part of this financing investigation, we've identified, or you, excuse me, eligibility and ineligibility for funding. So I assume that when you look even back at our 63 million, whatever, that whole list of over the years, and obviously those were eligible, is there any sense, does the well ever dry up, or does the well ever start to diminish over time where the FAA's money is coming in?
I'm not, the FAA money is based on taxes on airline tickets, and that is driven by passenger enplanements. I am not sure if, well, this probably happened in 2008, but I can't completely verified, but if total employments in the United States goes down, that amount of ticket taxes will go down, but it has rarely, if ever, gone down, and it has always recovered. It has always gone up, up, up. There may have dipped, but the trend continues up. And that's the way it's been historically, probably since the 1950s. So I think the overall answer, not really specific or exact, I don't think they do go down if you look into the long run.
Okay, and over time, I mean, if you happen to miss a grant cycle, obviously you get on board for the next one, et cetera. So, okay, that's the public dollars. Now the side, the private side, the 69 million, will you be in your presentation talking about where that comes from?
Yes, specifically.
Okay.
And
Good.
I'll look forward to be directed by your questions to specific areas that we're talking about.
Good, thank you.
Great. The next slide. On this slide, first of all, let me tell you what it is. It is only capital improvement program costs. The top section only deals with the terminal area project, and the bottom section only deals with other capital projects that are not really related to the terminal, some additional pavement. It is only cost, and there is inflation involved. Very, very key point that I want to re-emphasize, that we've tried to emphasize throughout this presentation. This is a financial plan scenario. The input for the plan was the capital space reservation program. It's just a plan. It's not a commitment. The financial plan is not a commitment. What I'll also say is, you notice quite obviously we have year 2012, 13, 14, etc. We have those years in the plan. We actually have in the formal master plan 5 years of individual years, 5 years combined, and 10 years combined as a summary. The reason why those years are there is because it's an FAA requirement in their documentation for master plans. But what we really mean is not 2012 or 13. We mean year 1, year 2, year 3. We mean phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We don't really know specifically where year 3 is, for example, or where year 5 is. I mean, this says in 2015 we'll be doing this project and that project and that project. Well, that's really year 4 as far as the planning goes. Maybe those years shift back, maybe they shift forward. The plan is, frankly,